so you don't have to do loads. If you want a really crisp finish, spray lightly, iron it, and then spray again and re-iron. All right, that's the unscented. Should be £11.99, £2 saving today, £9.99. Now, I do have a second early bird, and I think, hey, let's do the sting again. Here's our early bird, number 2. I'm challenging you, Levi. It's Levi directing today. We'll say hello to the gallery in just a second. Da-dum, da-dum, dum, dum. Tweet, tweet, there, we've done it. Right, here we go. Here's our second early bird. It is 499 millimetres. This is Lavender Fields. This is the one that is currently in my workstation. £9.99 for Lavender Fields. Now, I love scented products, but I'm fairly picky. I like florals, and I like ones that smell almost like sort of aftershavey, spicy, that kind of. So this is gorgeous. A lovely, fresh lavender scent. I do also use this actually for my shirts, sometimes collars, cuffs, that kind of thing, and also pillowcases, because that lovely lavender scent lingers in the fabric, really delightful. And as Mary Ellen says herself, it makes ironing almost fun. Oh, Mary Ellen, you little tinky, you. I think playing your favourite music while you're ironing makes ironing almost fun, but that's just me. Those are our early birds today. You just need to choose. It's a different product code. At the moment, the product code is for Lavender Fields. And here's the thing. Keep the bottle, keep the spray, because we also sell the almost a litre refills, and you can pour them in. So keep your bottle, keep your spray. Yeah. Really, really fantastic product. I credit myself with discovering this in America about 13 years ago, something. I didn't really discover it, but I went to Houston Quilt Market, and Best Press was not available in the UK at the time, and there was a big stand there with it, and I brought some back, and I thought it was genius. And so as soon as it was brought into the UK, I was out there promoting it. Yeah, well, yes. So the original, well, the importer of it, I think for many years used a little quote and a photograph of me in their catalogue, because, yeah, I've always been an advocate of it. It's great. It's brilliant stuff. Right, there's your early bird. Now, let's look at today. We'll have a look at the menu and see what is coming up. As I say, I've got a fantastic day for you. We're starting up this hour with a brand new collection from Sanderson. It is the Art of the Garden. This is classy, country house, absolutely beautiful. So good. 9 o'clock. Just a fantastic designer and author, one of our best. Carolyn Forster is here with the disappearing 9-patch plaid. Just have a look at this quilt. It is so beautiful. You can do it scrappy with your own fabrics at home. We have got 2 different kits. As always, Carolyn has brought lots and lots of inspiration for us. Here's one of our kits in blues, gorgeous blues. That is stunning, isn't it? We've got a collection in pinks. We've got Carolyn's original quilt as well, which shows you how you could make this scrappy. I've got those black and white fabrics too, don't worry. Right, that's at 9 o'clock. Now, at 10 o'clock, we're going to be looking at some of my favourite tools and my essential bits of kit. Handpicked. If you've got any questions about tools, get them in for 10 o'clock. www.sewingstreet.com. You can message the studio, or you can email us, studio@sewingstreet.com. At 11 o'clock, Carolyn is back with the Rose Star quilt. This is absolutely gorgeous, stunning. One quilt made out of 6 blocks, one patch. Infinite possibilities. It is beautiful. Again, we've got some terrific kits with a brand new range of fabrics. At 12 o'clock, Dewey Jumbo is in the house. We've got spring savings on tools. It's going to be fab, but only if you stay with us. Right, let's dive in. Keep going through for your early bird, but let's grab the brand new collection from Sanderson. Now, Sanderson, of course, a fabulous fabric company who have specialised for many, many years in really fabulous high-end interior design fabrics. And they really are beautiful, kind of country house interiors, very elegant. Love that stripe. One of the most quintessential Sanderson fabrics, that rose floral, Hollyhocks. Now, at the moment, I'm showing you our mega bundle. This is 9 different fabrics. You get half a metre of each, and you're going to get half a metre for free. So let's take that money off right now. £71.92. You're saving the price of half a metre. And it's a tight collection. It's a 9-piece collection, so it's a really good one to go for. Lots of different ways you can group these fabrics. You've got those gorgeous raspberry pinks. You've got some fabulous deep blue there as well, soft greens. I think this is absolutely perfect for summer, spring and summer decorating, for quilt making, for bag making too. I have just been doing a little bit of cutting. I used one of my patterns. Let's just tip everything off. So I'm using my sparkling sea glass quilt pattern, which, you know, a lot of my designs, I design quilts that show off fabric. Because I like to let the fabric do as much of the talking and the work as I can. Because first and foremost, I'm a fabric lover. And so, you know, those gorgeous, pretty fabrics that you just really don't want to cut up, don't cut them up, or don't cut them up too much. So I'm not a fan of buying fabric and then leaving it languishing, you know, in a bundle for years. It's got to achieve its destiny, which is to be something. So let's sew this together. Now, you're getting half a metre of every fabric. Let's do a bit of sewing. Right, so I am using the Brother FS250. Now, we got our restock back in on Friday of the Brother FS250. Half the stock's gone. So if you want to get yourself the Brother FS250, let's do it. Let's do it. Oh, now, do you know what? It really helps if you put some thread in the top of the machine. Hannah, would you mind grabbing me a reel of thread, please? While we're doing that, let's talk about the machine. If you go to the Brother website, it's £849. If you buy it from us on a regular day, it's £799, and it's £799 worth of machine, believe me. But when we have it on air, we drop the price. It's better than half price. Let's do it. Thank you. Brilliant. Better than half price. £399. Super easy to use, super reliable. It's what we want in a machine. You can just jump on it and away you go. Whoops. Automatic needle threader, of course. So you can just get straight to the sewing. Right, here we go. Now, this is the Maker's Edition of the FS250, which means that you get your walking foot included. You also get your darning foot for free motion quilting. That's included as well. For no extra money, you get an extension table. You get a hard carry case. You also get free with this a Teflon foot or non-stick foot. That's for working with fabrics like vinyl, shiny fabric, leather, PU. You get that for free. You also get an invisible zipper foot. So if you're a dressmaker or you like to put invisible zips in things like cushions or home deck, you get that for free as well. I reckon those feet are about £140 worth of extra value for nothing. Now, if the machine was £799 or £849 if you were buying it direct from Brother, it would still be worth every penny of that. But from us, £399, I don't think that can be beaten. In fact, I know it can't. It's incredible. Let's go to the Brother website. If we go to the Brother website, I can show you £849. Same machine, same bundle. And it's worth every penny of that. If anyone has bought it for £849, don't feel bad. You've got £849 worth of machine. I would just rather everyone got it for £399 if they could. So I'm just adding the first round. This is sparkling sea glass. We have the pattern on the show. Can we show the graphics, please? Sparkling sea glass. Here we go. So this pattern, I wrote it for my new fabric collection. But I'm just going to give this a little press. But one of the great things about this pattern is that it really shows off a fabric collection. So you've got a big square in the centre where you can show off perhaps a larger scale print. And then you've got space around it to show off things like stripes. That's what I'm doing now. I mean, how beautiful is that combination of floral and stripe? It really frames the pattern beautifully. So I've got that. And then I'm going to add one more round. This is wider. And when you're doing this, you want to make sure that the short sides go where the previous short sides went. Okay? And when you're making a block, even though a simple block, you want to piece it really nicely. When you've sewn your first round on, what you're looking for when you add your second round is that it is a perfect fit. Now, you can see probably there is the tiniest little gap. This is, that sort of difference is absolutely fine. You'll see that by the time I sew this, and I'm not going to pull or stretch the fabric, but I'm going to allow the feed dogs to do what they do, which is to carry that fabric forward. Okay. And by the time we get to the end of that seam, it fits. Okay, so I'm just going to finger press that back. These fabrics, by the way, are from the new Sanderson collection. We've got a mega bundle. I have got the fabrics by the ½ metre as well. I'll show you those in just a second. I thought it would just be really nice to see the block made up. And it doesn't take long. Your sparkling sea glass pattern has 2 different blocks, and you're going to make some of each, sew them together, and just a beautiful quilt at the end of it. But within the pattern, you've also got block A and block B enlarged, and the enlarged versions can be used to make cushions, or you can make a much bigger quilt, but still using only 4 blocks. Sorry, 9 blocks. So last 2 sides going on, and we will have our block finished in record time. Do get messages in as well, won't you? So I know you're there. My iPad's on and nothing has come through at all. But I've been having issues with the iPad for the last 2 days that unless I refresh it, the messages don't show. So, I know. But at the moment, I'm going to... now we've got questions asking about the quilt behind me. Well, I can tell you, this quilt is called a Moine star. It's not yours, it's Moine. And it's a really, really time-honoured pattern. There's a great backstory, actually. The Moine, a chap called Moine, designed tiles for the Palace of Versailles when it was being built. Okay, and it was that star pattern. And he was so proud of his achievement that he put that star into his family crest. Now, years later, two of his relatives, brothers, moved to America, and they're credited with founding New Orleans. And when they founded New Orleans, and of course that star was part of their family crest, quilt makers saw it and thought, well, actually, that would make a really nice quilt block. So truly, and so they created they called it the lemon star if they weren't French speaking, and the Moine if they were. So that's how we got the block. But this quilt actually comes from one of my pattern series called Wheel of Quilting Volume 3. Wheel of Quilting Volume 3. And in that quilt pattern, you actually get some quilt history, some tips and tricks, okay? And then you get 3 full quilt patterns. You get stars in the cabin. You okay? You get stars in the cabin, full pattern, okay? You get the Moine star, completely new method for making it, so easy. And you also get the feathered star medallion quilt pattern, all in one pattern for $11.99. Everything you need, incredible value, all of that. It's part of a series that I'm writing called Wheel of Quilting. This is called Scrappy Stars. And I tell you, this quilt behind me was an absolute joy to make from start to finish. Now, I asked for it to be hung behind me for this hour because I think the Sanderson Art of the Garden collection would work beautifully because it's got that wonderful traditional look to it that would suit it so well. Here's my sparkling sea glass pattern. Oh, yes, of course. Look, there we go. 10 comments on Facebook and none of them had come through. Let's have a read and see. Good morning to Hilary. She says, morning, lovely. Good morning. Claire says, good morning, Stuart and all. Morning, Claire. Helen says, morning, Stuart and team. I'm here. Great. Kate says, good morning, Stuart. It's a beautiful day in Staffordshire. It's always a beautiful day in Staffordshire. Mo says, morning, handsome and crew. Just for everyone's benefit, I'm handsome, your crew. Good. Sally Ann Harrison, hey Sally Ann, says, good morning, Stuart. Loving the Sanderson floral block. Hugs, isn't it beautiful? Absolutely stunning. Amanda says, morning, Stuart. What beautiful day. Harry, my wire fox terrier, is chilling in the sun. Ugh, how lovely. Love a wire fox terrier. Beautiful. Now, let's have a look at this block. Here it is, simple, easy block, showing off just 3 of the prints from the Sanderson Art of the Garden collection. Let me grab those fabrics and let's have a deep dive. Favourite-wise, gosh, do you know what? See, I love these 3. So if I'm making the whole quilt, right, I would make some blocks like this, okay? Then I would make some blocks out of this. And I would mix and match, and I would have blocks made out of these 3. Of course, this one would go in the centre block because you've got that lovely design there. But equally, that in the centre. Now, let me just show you for a second. We could have this as the centre, okay? This is what I do when I'm at home and I am working on a quilt. I will fold fabric to mock up. See, already I am absolutely loving that. And then, let me see. Let me try. It's always good to try different options out. I'm going to start maybe with the dark outer. A bit bigger than that. Hang on. So that sort of, yeah, you see, that would look fabulous. And mix and match and make lots and lots of different blocks using all sorts of different combinations of your fabrics. Now, this that I've made initially, this is block A, okay? But you can do block B, or you can do enlarged block A or B, and I'll show you what they look like. So this is block A in the centre, but then I've extended it with the small squares and the final border to make a much bigger block. So you could do exactly the same thing with your original, with this block right here, okay? Even adding the blue. Or here's block B, which starts off with a smaller square in the centre and a frame, small patchwork, and spreads out. So experiment. Don't be afraid to mix and match your fabrics. Sometimes when I mix fabrics together, I'm unsure whether, is this combination working? Sometimes you have to just sew it together, make it, because actually when you put them all together, you know, this quilt hanging behind me, when I made the individual blocks, I was like, oh, is this all work? Am I making these colours work together? This is one of my favourite quilts I've ever made. What brought it all together was these little square that brought all of the colours together. Otherwise, it's a pink star over here and a brown star over here, you know, and it pulls everything together. It creates that cohesion. Okay, let's keep looking through these fabrics. This is the brand new collection from Sanderson. Lots and lots of you with this in your basket. We've got limited quantities, just be aware. We've got limited quantities of all of these fabrics. I've got a complimentary bundle to go with. You see, one of my favourite fabrics from this collection is this green, because it's just so fresh and usable, and I will use a lot of that. It's a nice sort of calm space. But there you've got that sort of almost like a mood board of all of the fabrics. Absolutely gorgeous. ½ metre of each and ½ metre for free. We like that a lot. We like that a lot. So good morning to everybody. Keep getting your messages in. I'm going to keep refreshing the screen so that further messages come up. There better be a new message. Oh, there isn't. Why did I refresh? Where are you, my lovely friends? Right, let's do them individually. I'm going to start off with the pink stripe, because whether you're buying the whole collection or not, this fabric is totally gorgeous, and I could use this in so many different quilts. Now, for me, that's giving, you know, I mean, the people here won't know because they were all born after 2000, but mattress ticking, that is very traditional fabric that has this stripe with a little tiny stripe either side. It's very traditional. It's a beautiful interiors fabric. And Sanderson have created this quilt weight cotton that has that same look and feel. I'm just going to grab the block back so that you can see how that looks. Now, I've only got 10 metres left. Look at that. Now, equally, if you were making, say, some pyjama bottoms in this gorgeous candy pink stripe, just perfect. Absolutely lovely. 6 metres left. 6 metres left. Just a useful fabric. If I was not going to do all of the little squares on point in this quilt, I might well use a stripe. That would look so cool. That would look so cool. Directional fabrics in sashings, borders, bindings are where it's all happening. This is going to sell out. You can still get it in the mega bundle. Lots of you buying 1.5 meters, 2 meters. What are you going to make? Pyjama bottoms, you could do in 1.5 meters. Lovely. Right, keep going through for that. Next one, I'm going to pick a fabric that would go really beautifully with that. This is gorgeous. I love the way that this is divided up into diamonds. It's giving a look of, you know, like Elizabethan knot gardens that are divided up with hedges. Really soft, like a soft pink background. Do you know, I would use this on the back of a quilt. And what I would do then is I would quilt the quilt from the back. And rather than having to mark the quilt, I would use my walking foot and I would stitch in between all of the lines, one way and then the other. And when you flip your quilt over, it'll all be quilted in diamonds and you won't have to mark anything. Such a cool fabric. And if I just put that together with that pink stripe, I mean, what a beautiful combination. Stunning. Right, next up, this again, I think this is going to be very, very popular. This actually has a gorgeous kind of stripe to it. Now, you might not be able to see that looking at it here, but if I hold it up, I hope that you can see the vertical stripes. Can you see about probably 9 inches wide? I'm going to fold it so that you can see the stripe. That is your repeat. That is your repeat there. Yeah. Now, if I, again, I'll hold it up so you can see that. There's your vertical stripe. All right. Now, if I open it up, you'll probably be able to see that stripe now. So if you wanted to use this for a quilt border, you could actually cut vertical stripes. That would look amazing around a quilt. But equally, it's not a stripe like this is a stripe. So you can use it as an all-over fabric. Be really nice in bag making too, wouldn't it? Make a gorgeous bag. I think I would mix that maybe with some blue PU faux leather. Something else that would go really well with that, this one here. Yeah, any of these would work for dressmaking actually. Shirts, tops, light dresses, £8.99.5 metre. It is all cut to order as well. So if you want 2.5 metres, you'll get a continuous piece, just order 5 units. That would be plenty for most of us for a shirt. Okay, that's that one. Now, something which absolutely quintessential Sanderson. This is one of their most iconic fabric designs ever. Just beautiful. And I love that deep mulberry background. Isn't it spring, summer, gorgeousness? Again, if you wanted to make the quilt that's hanging behind me, one of the things that really pulls the quilt together is that floral border. Now, this, I'm just going to fold up a little bit and show you against the quilt. Here, hang on, I show you here. Now, you've some of the colours there, but what I would do is I would take this fabric at the start and I would say this is going to be my border fabric. So now I need to pick out all the colours for my Moine stars. Okay, I'm going to grab that fabric back. So I would look through my stash, through my scraps for those golden yellows and soft yellows, those different soft shades of green, light teal as well, and light blues, and then those gorgeous rose pinks right through to that deep mulberry, even maybe a little bit of peach. So sometimes we start with the border fabric and then work from there. This kind of inspires our colour story. If you want to border that quilt, by the way, this size quilt, you want 2 metres, 4 units, 4 units. Okay, next up, that gorgeous, soft, very usable green. It's just really soft and gentle, isn't it? Nice and fresh. And you want some lightness as well, somewhere for your eye to rest. think on the quilt hanging behind me, I don't necessarily think I would use this one. You know, I don't always, it's fine to say this fabric, not for this design, it's for something else. This relies on those kind of two contrasting, reasonably dark fabrics against a light background. So what you will want to buy for this is perhaps some ivory or some cream on cream fabrics for your backgrounds. That might be the fabric you have to buy. The rest might be scraps. Right, next up, a real feature fabric this. Very, very popular. Dressmaking, absolutely. Bag making, fabulous, absolutely fabulous. For quilt making, think about fussy cutting, either these motifs or using something like a stack and whack technique where, you know, it's a little bit more serendipitous what comes together, but it would look beautiful. It would work really well. I think we've got birds of paradise here, haven't we? A stunning gold print. It's really lovely. Very usable again. I have an all-over geometric. In ochre. Ochre is such a lovely colour. It's that sort of almost turmeric colour. Beautiful. Which I have used in my Moine style block hanging behind me. You'll see that lovely deep, almost Dijon mustard colour in some of, like this one up here, this star. And then the last one, really pretty, Hollyhocks, which, would you believe, I grew in my garden for the very first time last year. It's been really popular. They were so easy to grow and they, oh, stunning, absolutely stunning, about 7 foot tall. Yeah. Gorgeous. Although Charlie has planted some sunflowers this year that grow to 9 feet. 9 feet, yes. He said, we need height, we need height. Now, the whole bundle, 9.5 metres. So it's not a massive collection. It's not a massive collection. I really like that because you can then have the whole collection without having to spend a fortune. £71.92 is a brilliant price to get a whole collection. And actually, remember, you are saving the price of half a metre. Half a metre here is completely free. Just lovely. And I'll grab that block again just to give you an idea of just a very simple block you can make that just shows off those gorgeous fabrics to such lovely effect. It's very easy. Now, if you want a complementary bundle to go with it, we've got some solids, okay, inspired by the colours. I'm going to just, let me look at this. Now, that is just a beautiful combo. Absolutely gorgeous. You're making a saving as well. You're actually getting 8.5 metres here for £28.92. Sorry, hang on, 8.5 metres, yeah, 4 metres in total. Sorry, I was questioning myself then. So I was thinking £28.92 for 4 metres. Is that right? But of course it is. It is right. So you've got these absolutely dazzling pinks. Now I might need you to tell me all of them. We've got light pink, we've got blush, and we've got pomegranate. Now we've also got this gorgeous cream, which I think is stunning. Then apple, fur, not fur as in fur, fur isn't it? And then we've also got gold and cadet. Now that is a stunning collection of solids anyway. And for £28.92, we had some gorgeous bundles of solids yesterday and they were flying out because you know what? They're just great to have in your stash. That would work really, really well if you were making the sparkling sea glass quilt because having those contrast frames of solids will really make your fabrics pop. And that's what we want. Popping fabric. Super popular, half the stock gone. loads in baskets. Let me just show you those again. Just really beautiful, aren't they? There's your, is it pomegranate? Yeah, pomegranate and blush and light pink, cream, apple, fur, gold and cadet. Look at that. Absolutely scrumptious. And for £28.92, I mean, you just can't go wrong. You can't go wrong. If you're doing something like Quilt As You Go and you want a convenient way of getting your backing fabrics, they don't all have to be the same. A bundle like this is ideal. Absolutely beautiful. Keep going through for that or you'll miss out. Now, okay, while we're here, I'll just mention we've got a couple of other Sanderson collections. I'm just going to grab this one. This is called Caspian. And if you like your kind of warm, rich, autumny colours, which I totally do, I'm definitely an autumn. This is your Caspian collection. I absolutely fell in love with this. I am still in the process of making a bag using, you can see I've used this one here and this one here for my bag. I just think it's a really classy fabric range. £80.91, but you are going to save the price of half a metre. It's all £8.99 a metre, isn't it? A half a metre. What have you done? Oh. How much was it? Oh. Great, perfect. Well, you've saved more than half a metre there. That's about a tenner, isn't it? £9.99. Well, take advantage. Take advantage. We'll say hello to the crew in a second because Laura's producing today. And Laura will believe anything I tell her. So if I just say, yeah, it was £10 off last time. Yep, perfect, great. Okay, yeah, let's do it. Aren't they gorgeous? Really stunning fabrics. And that wonderful warm palette. Isn't it fab? Just love it. And I love the tones, very rich, very warm. Again, this would be amazing to use for my Moine star quilt. Or indeed, Carolyn Forster's disappearing 9-patch plaid. It would look amazing. Absolutely amazing. We've got them by the half metre too. Have a look on the website if you want to get any of them by the half metre. So I wanted to mention that. I also have a complimentary bundle that goes with that. And as we are stocking up on our solids today, I'll show you that now, because it's beautiful and actually really fills in some of the gaps possibly in your stash. So £2 off, coming off. There you go. Oh, well, that is terrific because remember, you're getting 2.5 metres here for under £16. You've got terracotta there. Beautiful. You've also got seeded natural cotton, one of my favourite neutral fabrics that we sell. You've got duck egg there. You've got moss. And then that green, now then, it's not fur. It is, I want to say, is it bottle? I think it's bottle. I'm going to call it bottle for today. Don't worry, don't worry. Right, £15.95. I've got 2 bundles left. It is bottle. Oh, I know my fabrics. 5 years here, I know what all the fabrics are called. Terracotta, bottle, moss, duck egg, and seeded natural cotton. Last 2 chances, loads in baskets. Be quick, last one available. I'm going to call that sold out. Right, and wouldn't that go beautifully with your Caspian collection? Those 2 together, you could make the quilt hanging behind me. Or I'm going to grab another pattern actually, because I tell you something that's sprung to mind, and that is my Galleria quilt pattern. It's one of the most popular quilt patterns I have ever written. We've got lots of pictures of quilts that Levi did earlier on. Levi, if you flick through the quilt, we can look at them all, and we can just say stop, if that's all right with you. So that one's from the same pattern booklet as the Moine star hanging behind me. That's the feathered star medallion. So if you want that one, that's in the that one also is in the Scrappy Stars. We love Scrappy Stars. And that's the third one. So those three, this one is called Garden Maze. And we've got a couple of other variations of that. I'll show you that pattern in a second. That's the same pattern again. Now, this is Galleria. This is one of the versions of Galleria. And if we go to the next picture, that is also Galleria. So if we can just go back one, same pattern, yeah. So let me show you Galleria, because I think this would work so well with the Sanderson, any of the Sanderson collections, any fabric collection really. It's a really simple, easy block to make. It's squares, large and small, and strips of fabric between them. The idea of a Galleria is like a shopping mall. Some of the shops have big windows, some have small windows, but the purpose of the Galleria is to show off the goods in the window. And that's what we want to do when we're showing off our beautiful fabrics in a quilt. So you've got a 4 block, you've got a 12 block, you've got a 16 block. Different ways, you could even make it up as a cushion. Different ways to use the pattern and really show off your fabric. All of that for $9.99. We'll just show you those quilts again, if you wouldn't mind, Levi. Here's the 4 block version. And all I've done is twisted and turned the blocks, and I've added a border. This is the 12 block version. That's a different quilt. That one's Tilda. You see, it always works, whatever fabric range you use. But that's got shades of Sanderson to it. It's got that kind of country house interior. Yeah, beautiful. You could imagine that fabric being used. And I would just use something like maybe seeded natural cotton or a cream or an ivory for the frames, for those thin strips between the blocks. And you can really show off your fabrics. So let's do some messages. Alison's message. Morning, Stuart. Absolutely gorgeous fabric this morning. I have been inspired. I love that, Alison. Michelle's got in touch too. She says, morning, Stuart and team. Spending too much. So many beautiful fabrics. What you don't want is FOMO. Yeah, that fear of missing out. Patsy's got in touch too. The only thing that keeps me awake at night are the fabrics I didn't buy. True that. Morning, Stuart and all at Sewing Street. I can't sew on a button, but I love your knowledge, helpful tips and tricks, and your soothing voice. Have a great day. Oh, thank you. Shall I do one of those videos that people put on, or tapes to help you sleep at night? I would love to do books, yeah. Audio books, that kind of thing. That would be so much fun. That would be fun. I've just grabbed Wheel of Quilting Volume 3 because we could have a look at those 3 quilts again. They were the first ones. It's been really popular. So you get all 3 patterns in one for $11.99. And they're not 3 variations of the same quilt. They are 3 totally different quilts, totally different methods. Now, if you go back to that navy and cream one just for a second, please. Now, that one, you've got a courthouse steps log cabin block, classic, super useful. That pointy star block uses a technique called no-tear foundation piecing. You make one paper foundation and you use it again and again and again. You don't sew through the paper, you don't tear the paper away. You will love it. And I teach you that method in Wheel of Quilting Volume 3. You've also got loads of history. I love the history of quilting. And one of the things I wanted to pick out here, this right here is called a buffalo robe. a buffalo robe. And it's a ceremonial garment that's used by indigenous Native American people in family gatherings and rites of passage, weddings, things like that. It's draped over a person's shoulders, essentially to wrap them in their ancestors. Now, isn't that kind of what we do when we make a quilt? We want someone to be wrapped in our love. But look at the quilt design on the buffalo robe. It's like a star block. And of course, early settlers in America were inspired by this very traditional culture. I find it so fascinating. Lots of tips and tricks in here as well. And then 3 full quilt patterns for $11.99. I teach you how to do all of the different methods. This totally different method for making Le Moine star. It is so much fun. And then, of course, the feathered star medallion quilt. All your instructions as well for $11.99. Now, while we're talking about We Love Quilting, let's do We Love Quilting Volume 2. This is the turn of log cabin quilts. So in this, we've got the history of log cabin quilts. Again, I found that really fascinating history. Lots of myth and legend about the colour of the centre square. Quite a lot of it's myth, but interesting stuff nonetheless. You get 3 full quilt patterns, including this one here, which is called Fresh Pineapple. Yeah. No, the last one. Yeah, that one. Yeah, Fresh Pineapple. Now that's all using Tula Pink and our solid Midnight. It's a really dark blue, that background. It's Midnight, it's not black. Yep. So if you want to get yourself some of that, it's called Midnight and it's on the website. You also get the pattern for this. This is Manx log cabin. This is a totally different method and a unique method to the Isle of Man for making patchwork. It's folded strips of fabric sewn onto a fabric foundation. It is such a cool method. Deputy Joan had never done, I was amazed, she'd never done Manx quilting before, and I showed her how. Next thing I knew, she'd made cushions, she'd made a quilt, she's working on another quilt. And I did warn her when I showed her how to do it that it was a rabbit hole she was going to fall down. And sure enough, she did. Now, you also in the pattern, you get how to make a basic classic log cabin using jelly roll. And 8 different ways of setting those blocks. But also you get this one, which is a curvy log cabin using thick and thin strips. It's a really cool method. So you get masses of value in there as well. Actually 4 patterns rather than 3 that time. And then where it all started is with We Love Quilting Volume 1. So there have been 3 volumes so far. This is We Love Quilting Volume 1, and it's all about scrappy quilts. So I give you loads and loads of tips and know-how about how to manage your scraps, how to make them look like you want to use them, instead of like you want to throw them in a cupboard and never look at them again. Even how to piece your batting together, your fabric together to make your binding, and your backing fabrics as well. All the know-how you'll need. Then you get 3 full quilt patterns. You get sticks and stones, really nice, beginner-friendly. It's also jelly roll-friendly. As far as I'm concerned, you can call any piece of fabric you like a scrap. If it's occupying space in your stash and you want to move it on, it's a scrap, get it in a scrap quilt. Okay, you've also got full pattern for my bold braids quilt. Now we've got this one in a photograph. We do. That's the one. Oh, I had so much fun making this quilt. It's not made in blocks, you make strips. And it's almost like a plait. So much fun to make, totally different method, flies together, and I used my collection of Tim Holtz scraps and strips, and well, I just loved it. I just loved it. And then you also get the pattern for my Radiant Circles quilt, which we've also got a photo of. This is the one that everyone who's bought this pattern has made this quilt. Even Auntie Pauline Wheeler made this quilt. She did. But she made it in rainbow colours, and it is stunning. So you get all 3 patterns plus all your know-how on how to make scrappy quilts, which every quilter needs to know, because as soon as you start making quilts, you start making scraps. Am I right, Carolyn Forster?
You are absolutely correct, Stuart Hero.
I do love a bit of audience participation, don't you? Now, I'm going to mention the Brother FS250 at this juncture. We are going to have a bit of a deep dive into this at 10 o'clock, but we've got this machine back in stock. We can never keep it in stock for more than about 3 or 4 days. You've got the great name of Brother sewing machines. They've made and sold tens of millions of domestic sewing machines and commercial machines. They know their stuff. 250 stitches, 3 alphabets, 8 buttonholes, an extension table. You also get a 3-year warranty. There are 3 alphabets, numbers, a memory that will hold up to 50 characters. You also get a special bundle of feet. Now, I worked directly with Brother to put that foot package together. Now, of course, you get your regular foot package that you get with any sewing machine. But I mean, this one includes things like a button sewing foot. You don't normally get that. Buttonhole foot, an overcasting foot, embroidery, blind hem, and your zigzag foot as well. So they're all included, and your zipper foot, of course. But then you've also got your special feet, which you've got added into the box, no extra money. You get your walking foot included. You get your darning foot or free motion quilting foot included. You also get a invisible zipper or concealed zipper foot. This is essential for dressmakers if you want to put properly fully concealed zips in. You need a special foot, you get it for free. You also get a non-stick or Teflon foot. This is for sewing fabrics which are kind of shiny or sticky. So if you've ever run your hand over oilcloth, for example, you'll know the surface feels kind of sticky. And if you try and sew that, it's great for bags, but if you try and sew it with a regular foot, it'll just stick and it won't make a nice stitch at all. You need a non-stick foot, you get it included. It's an amazing package. It really is. It is our hero machine here on Sewing Street. It's the one I always grab when I need to sew anything. And we have so many 5-star reviews too. We will have a proper dive into that later, but let's talk about the fabric collection next. So this is another one from Sanderson. Now, actually, if you love this style of fabrics, which I absolutely do, I would actually kind of collect them all. And I'll show you why in a second, because here's your fabric collection. Glorious, yeah, absolutely glorious. If I grab the Art of the Garden collection, right. Yeah? 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 But also, yeah, totally. Actually, frankly, all of it goes. All of it goes. Really, any of the collections, they've all got that flavour. They've all got that style that just goes together so beautifully. And as I say, if you like a scrappy look, especially if you like a vintage scrappy look, and I love that look, I know that Carolyn Forster, my next guest, loves the vintage scrappy look. And actually, having these fabrics that have that look of fabrics from the past, those almost reproduction style fabrics, they just give such a wonderful personality to your quilts. That is so pretty. So, you see that little stripe. Little stripe. Gorgeous. Absolutely gorgeous. £71.92. You are saving the price of half a metre. £8.99 has come off the price. So it's a great time to buy. I have got very low figures of this one though, very low quantities. All of these are available by the half metre as well on the website. So if there's a particular one that you think, wow, that would be gorgeous for dressmaking, you can get fabric cut to order. Right, I'm going to grab a few more patterns while we're talking patterns. Okay, so Garden Maze. This is another. We've got some pictures of some of these quilts. Garden Maze, again, one of my most popular patterns that I've ever designed. I used it for this quilt, and this quilt. They're all the same pattern. They're all the same pattern. Will you just show them again for me, please? That one, and that one. All the same pattern. Just different ways to twist and turn it. Totally beginner friendly. In your pattern, you get loads of different options for how to set it. I mean, look at this. Imagine making this in solids. Just use solids to make the whole thing. 12 blocks, 20 blocks, 30 blocks. This is a king-size quilt using 36 blocks. But you know, I can make one of these Garden Maze blocks in about half an hour, 40 minutes. So to make a 36 block quilt is actually much more achievable than you would ever imagine.
I thought you were going to do the maths.
Oh, I'm not going to do the maths, Caroline. Of course not. It's a busy, long weekend with no sleep and takeaway. Right, we need to go to a break because Caroline Forster is waiting to take us on a journey. We are going to be creating the fabulous Disappearing 9-patch plaid quilt straight after the break.
Head over to your App Store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show.
Subcutting is a really useful technique that we use in patchwork for cutting one piece of fabric into strips and then subcutting them into smaller strips. It makes the whole patchwork process quicker and easier, and I'm going to show you how to do it. So if you want to cut a piece of fabric into strips and you want to use the whole width of fabric, fold it in half to start with and then have the top fold level with one of the lines on your cutting mat. You can then trim it to start with because this is nice and level. So I'm just going to line up one of the lines on the ruler so I know that this is at right angles. Then using your rotary cutter, just cut all the way along the line. You can discard that piece, you don't need that. Now I'm going to cut it, say I want to cut it into 2-inch strips. If it says in your pattern, cut 2-inch times width of fabric. Line the 2-inch mark up on your ruler and then cut it, and there's a nice 2-inch strip. Now with subcutting, you want to cut this strip into smaller pieces. So 2 ways of doing this. Line up the strip on one of the straight lines and say I want to cut it into 2-inch squares. Again, I'm going to trim the end off just so I've got a nice right angle, and then lining up the 2-inch mark, I'm going to subcut into 2-inch squares. So you can work 2 inches. If you then put the 4-inch mark, make sure you keep the lines on the top of your ruler parallel. So I've now subcut one strip into smaller pieces. If you want to subcut more than one strip, you can do this all together. 2 ways. You can either lay them on your cutting mat like this, one on top of the other, making sure they're nice and level, or if you've got more than 2, because I wouldn't cut through more than this number of layers together, put one below the other. Just make sure that they're all nice and straight and even. You can put them in a row like this. So I can now cut 1, 2, 3, 4 strips at the same time. Again, trim off the end, making sure it's nice and level. Discard those pieces. And if I wanted to cut them in maybe into 4-inch pieces, so I've got 2 by 4 inches, I can cut through all those 3 layers in one go and then carry on. And I've got now accurately subcut pieces from one larger piece of fabric.
Looking for some creative inspiration? Head over to the Sewing Street website and click on the SS Hub. It's packed with ideas, tips and projects to spark your creativity. Plus you'll find the latest news and information on sewing machines and overlockers. Get inspired with Sewing Street.
Oh, do you know, I love you all. There's been lots of discussion about my voice, and I think most people are in agreement it would send you all to sleep. I'm going to take that as a compliment. Carolyn Forster, wake up.
Wake up, wake up. Here I am. I've been chatting to you all morning and now I'm ready for bed.
How are you?
I'm good, thank you. It's lovely to see you again.
Great to see you. Fantastic to have you back. As always, you've brought a ton of fabulous quilts.
Well, it's all about the quilts. It's all about the fabric, isn't it?
All about the quilt. Love it, love it. That gorgeous quilt that's hanging behind Carolyn there is the Disappearing 9-Patch Plaid. Stunning, stunning quilt. You can do it scrappy. You can do it with a fabric collection. We've got some kits. We've also got the pattern. If you love that black and cream combo, black and white combo, I can help you out there too. Let's dive straight in. Now, we've got 2 kits. Loads of you have already found this kit and are checking out. It's our blue kit. Now, let's just show you what you're getting. Now, the way this has been done is you're getting 3 panels that are going to provide you with all of your feature fabrics, okay? So rather than having to hunt for them, we're providing all of those in panels. You're also getting your light blue and your navy, 1.25 metres, 1.25 metres of each of those. And then you're also getting your 3 panels. Now, actually, your 3 panels are all the same. You get 3 repeats, okay? Or is it 1.5 metres of the 2 blues? Beg your pardon. So there's your panel. So look, you've got all sorts of different ditzy and feature fabric. Aren't they gorgeous? So cute. And rather than having to search out all these different prints, you've got them conveniently there on a panel. So you actually get 3 of these panels. That's going to be enough fabric for the whole quilt.
That's enough fabric for the whole quilt, yeah, and you'll probably have a couple, I can't remember the numbers, but you'll probably have a few left over, so you can have a play about them with some of your favourites or have a shuffle. So
fantastic.
Yeah,
and how big is the finished quilt, Carolyn?
The finished quilt is 65 inches square, Stuart.
Do you know what? That is like the perfect size quilt for me. I love about 60, 65-inch square quilt. Perfect.
It's really doable. And for me as well, it likes a really cosy armchair, sofa quilt. And also, if you're like out in the garden or on a picnic,
yeah.
I mean, I'm all for a picnic quilt instead of a picnic blanket. Because really, I mean, like you make many quilts,
yep.
So you have to have uses.
Yep.
And so, yeah, with the summer coming, with, kids outdoors or just wanting to be outdoors with a quilt, I'm like, yeah, perfect size.
And I think I already know the answer, but when we're talking about quilts, Carolyn, are you kind of rarefied and only brought out on special occasions, or are you throw them on the lawn and...
No, they're all over the place. No, all over the place. Pets. I mean, it used to be when people would say, in the class, we're making this quilt. I'm going to make it for my cat. And I was always like, okay. But then having had a child and a dog, I'm like, yeah, you make that quilt for your cat.
Yeah.
Let that cat love that quilt.
Yeah.
So, and also... Yeah, we used to let the kids make tents out of them in the garden and hidey things.
Out of the quilts.
Yeah. So
Love that.
they
Love
all
that.
wash. It's all fine.
Exactly. Use them up, wear them out. We'll make more. We'll make more.
We'll make more.
You're also getting the full pattern for the disappearing 9-patch plaid quilt, which of course you can make in different sizes as well. You can make bigger, smaller. It's a great technique. All the fabric to make that 65-inch square quilt initially, but then, you know, take it to different places, all for $74.99. That's phenomenal value.
I mean, it's all ready done sort of thing.
Yep.
And I know you're saying about the blues, but I must admit, if you're thinking you wanted to have a go with it and you'd got fabrics at home, then that was why I made mine with the black and white into check, because the black and white goes with everything.
Everything.
So it's just going to set everything off. So, yeah, for me, it was a real bonus when we got the fabrics for the kit, because, yeah, they were lovely.
And am I right? This pattern is charm square friendly.
It is charm square friendly. I mean, there's loads of ways to do a disappearing 9-patch. But I definitely wanted to use stuff that I'd already got, even layer cakes, because a layer cake, what's that? It's 4 or 5-inch squares together. So I wanted to do it so you could just get into it real quick. Yeah. And also that's why those panels work really well, because you don't have to sort your fabric.
No.
It's all there. So I had great fun sewing those samples.
Fantastic.
So, yeah, I loved it.
Dive straight in. Let's just have a quick look at the blue version again. It is a really lovely kind of fresh, gorgeous, isn't it? Warm blues, though, not cold blues. These are warm.
Yeah, I really like a good blue. And to be honest, I'm always like, yay, they used to do really good blues and now the blues aren't so good. And yet getting this set, it was like, yay, this is where all the good blues are.
Really? This hit the mark?
Yeah, I really like those blues.
Fantastic. I love that.
I tell you why, it was because it reminded me of when I used to work for Laura Ashley, and we used to have a blue there called sapphire blue.
Yes.
And we did, there was this fabric, Florabunda in sapphire, and that was my favourite fabric. So, and it was that blue. So, yeah, this was a whole reminisce.
You've just triggered a massive memory for me. You know what? I can't tell you the number of hours I sat looking through the Laura Ashley catalogue, dreaming. I couldn't afford any of it. Right, we've also got a pink version. This is really lovely too. Let me show you the picture of the pink version of the quilt. Same idea. Look at that. It's, again, so fresh. Got a little bit of the 30s about it.
But do you know, this was the quilt that if I could have made it for last weekend, it was like a real Easter quilt for me.
Yes.
That pink and the grey and the yellow and green. And yeah, you're right, it's got that 30s thing going on with it too. But it was really just like a real spring.
Yeah.
Popping
Lovely
out
and fresh.
at you. So if you got that and you made it real quick, you'd have that out by time for the
for sure. Just what we need right now. I'll show you the panel as well. It has got just that gorgeous, joyful... Well, actually, I think this one, either of them would be really lovely for baby quilts or children's quilts too.
Yep, very much so, yep. And also, I mean, the solids that we've got with the kits, I must admit, they sent me loads of solids. And so I did pick the ones that I sort of thought went nicely, that I liked.
Yeah.
But at the end of it, you could go with any sorts of solids, because I saw you'd got solid bundles earlier on.
Yeah.
So, you know, you just start, you only need 2 solids.
Yep.
So, yeah, you look at that, and you've got the green and yellow. You could use the white and pink. You know, it's any of those sort of combinations to make it work for you.
Yeah, you could really make this unique. You get your pattern as well, of course, plus 3 metres of your solid, 1.5 metres of each, and your 3 panels, so all of your feature fabrics are included there for you, plus your pattern, of course, for $74.99. Fantastic price. Now, if you've been inspired by all this talk of scrappy quilts and using up what you have, you absolutely can. If you've got charm packs, layer cakes, or just scraps lying around, the disappearing 9-patch plaid quilt is the way to go. This is the physical pattern. All your full instructions there. That photograph in your garden, Carolyn?
It's actually,
very nice, very nice.
Yeah, a bit wildlife.
I like this with the green and the cream print.
I've made quite a few versions of this. This is the first time I've ever done it as a standalone pattern because it was always such a popular quilt and we did it in classes. I've got a real froggy throat.
Let's get some water.
I have some
Have you got
water,
some water
that isn't in a metal bottle, so when I knock it over this time, it won't make so much noise.
Good.
As I
Excellent.
keel over. But yeah, I've made the quilt in loads of different combinations. And so for me, it is just a really great go-to if you need a quick quilt, if you want to do charity quilts, if you want a quick gift quilt. It really is... it's a, you know, do you remember there used to be this thing, quilt in a day?
Oh,
Was
yes.
that Eleanor Burns or someone?
Burns.
And I mean, this isn't quite a quilt in a day. But I know when I've made combinations, this one has got a binding. But if you do it without a binding and make it as a pocket turn through, and then tie it,
Yeah.
you're definitely looking, I think you could do that in a weekend if you start Friday night.
Well, 12 of those blocks, certainly a quilt top in a day. If you did 12 blocks for like a baby quilt,
Yeah,
you could
no,
do that.
yeah. Oh, you easily make the top, and then but
Yeah.
finish it as well
Yeah.
if you wanted on the Sunday.
Finish a quilt, Carolyn.
Finish a quilt?
Don't come round here with that treacherous talk. We like a UFO.
Yeah, get that quilt finished.
It's flying out. If you want the 9-patch plaid pattern, physical, this is it, $9.99. Grab it while you can. We've also got a digital download version. If you're impatient to get started, maybe you've got your fabrics ready and you've nothing on this afternoon, crack on, make your own version. $9.99. This is an instant purchase, instant download. Ignore that P&P. You don't pay P&P for a digital download, okay? Fabulous. In fact, you know, we have lots of customers buy a digital download and they're cutting fabric while the show is live.
Yeah, but you would, wouldn't you?
Of course you would.
I mean, I did a thing for the Quilters Guild earlier on in the year. It was a virtual retreat.
Oh, yes.
And you could sort of sit and watch quilty stuff. Well, like here, actually, just all weekend. And with that, the project I did, there was a little pattern. And so people had actually downloaded that. And so in essence, while I'm talking about it, they're like, and at the end in the sort of little comments when you're talking on those group things, you know, one or two of the girls are like, well, I've got this far. And I'm like, oh my goodness, that is like, so I'm sort of expecting by the time I get home, if you've bought your PDF download, then tonight you'll have something to show.
I'm throwing down the gauntlet. There's your challenge. All right, keep going through for that, won't you? Now, I did mention, if you love the look of the quilt that's hanging behind Carolyn with the black and white, it looks like sashing. It's integral to the block. You'll see how. We've got a bundle. You get 3 meters, 1.5 meters of black and 1.5 meters of white. Rose and Hubble, beautiful quality, £19.94. But we're saving £4, right? So, oh, has the saving already been applied? Got you. I tried to get you an extra £4 off. Laura's having none of it. She was naive for about the first 20 minutes, but yeah, you've sussed me out now.
You'll be giving it away soon.
Well, under £20, that's
It is giving it away. Yeah, no, that is. Because also you get that and everything that you've got at home that you want to put together instantly all works together with that. So, yeah, it's cool.
You can't go wrong, can you? And it gives such a bold and graphic look, doesn't it? And do you see as well with that quilt there, that it pulls everything together? Just love it. Absolutely beautiful. Right, enough of me. Carolyn, make me a quilt, please.
Well, in a weekend, in a day.
In an hour.
In 5 minutes, in 5 minutes. Okay, so, disappearing 9-patch. So what we're going to start doing is we'll make a 9-patch. What we'll be ending up with is the block that I have here, which I never know which screen's on what and who's looking where.
That's awesome.
Anyway, but that's... Oh, here we go. It's even better. So we're going to make this. So we're going to make this by making a 9-patch block first. Now, for this particular version, you're going to make 2 9-patch blocks. You'll be making sets of 2 blocks. And one set of blocks will have, in our case, the pink in the centre, and then you've got your grey, your solid, on what I call north, south, east and west. So on your compass points there. And your scraps are actually going in the corners. So at this point, when you're actually sewing your block and choosing your fabrics, ironically, it will not matter one iota which fabrics you put in these corners, because we're going to be chopping it up. We're going to be cutting it into 4 pieces. And so these can be then wherever you want afterwards. So if you're really into chain piecing, or you've just got all your fabrics and they're all cut and you've got 4 together, you can put 4 same fabrics here because they're not going to be in the same place.
Oh, understood.
So you don't waste time picking the perfect fabrics for these corners, because it won't work like that.
Now, that's quite a hard obstacle for some people to get over,
Oh, it
isn't
was even for me.
Really?
Yeah, even I'm thinking, well, I know I'm chopping it all up in a minute, but hey-ho, these look nice together. I'm like, really?
Yeah, okay, good.
You know, even I don't take it in. So for one set of blocks, you've got, as I say, the pink in the middle, and you've got your grey here. Now, when we're looking at the pressing, and there's a note on pressing in the pattern, you could, if you wanted, press everything with open seams, and then you'll get no bulky bits, but you will have to pin a lot to make sure everything lines up. And I'm not a big fan of too much pinning, so I've worked out a method, as it were, for each block, and if you follow the pressing for that, you get the least amount of bulk possible in the given situation.
All in the pattern.
all in the pattern, and it means you won't have to pin so much. So you'll see, anyway, it'll tell you, you've got pictures of the pressing. So this is what a set of blocks for one. And then if you look at the second set of blocks, if I quickly just put those so you can see those both together, what you've got here, in effect, is the opposite. So it's got the grey in the centre, and then it's got your pink on your 4 sides. And again, you've got scraps in the corner. Now, what I did try and do with my scraps is that I wanted the fabric to contrast. So where I've got quite the pink here, which I figured was quite light, I've tried to have fabrics that are lighter than that. And then if you look in the grey and pink here, I've tried to put the darker fabrics in these corners. But really, that might be me overthinking it, or, you know, too much time. But
I don't believe that.
So you can think about that. But again, it won't matter what you've got in the corners. And again, there's pressing. And you can see if I have these side to side, actually. It's a bit nerdy, isn't it? Like, wow, and now we're going to look at the pressing. You can see here, so these seams go up, these seams go down. And this is all going to matter when it comes to putting all the blocks together. So once we've made our blocks, you have 2 sets. All right, and I have the same amount of each of them because they're all going to interchange. And what we're going to do now is we're going to cut them up. Now, the block that we have, we're going to cut it in half, but instead of measuring from the outside raw edge, we're measuring from this seam here, okay? And what I tend to do is I will line that seam up on a straight line on my cutting mat, because then I know, well, the fabric's straight, the block's straight. And I also want it to line up here as well. Can you see there's a horizontal? And I've got this seam on that horizontal. And that's basically just going to save us time and help with accuracy. Now, your block, because it was a 5-inch square when we started sewing here, should now be 4.5 inches. And I know for some of us that's a bit academic, but you need to know what that measurement is on yours. So if you've got a seam allowance that isn't quite 1/4 inch, or it's a bit bigger or a bit smaller, then you might find this finish size isn't 4.5 inches. If it isn't, then you need to measure to find out what the halfway point is from here to here. In the instructions, I've said this measurement that we're going to cut is 2.25 inches, because that's half of the 4.5 inches, which is the size of my finished square. So, and we want it halfway, because when we join these all together, if they're not cut in half, then they're not going to join back together properly, smoothly. So we can cut that. So we've got our line matching up on our vertical, and we can cut. Okay, and then if you've got a turntable mat, which would be quite a big one, you could use that. When I'm at home, I put my cutting mat on the corner of a table. So when I'm cutting this way, I'll stand here. And then if I'm cutting this way, I just walk around the corner of the table and I'm still cutting away from me. And that is what I would suggest you do. For all sorts of health and safety reasons. But I am actually going to try. There are so many things I'm going to do live on TV today, like use the sewing machine later, and now cutting up a block. Usually I just have it all as step outs, but we're living life on the edge today.
We really are.
Yeah. So here we go. We've got 4. And you can see now that the fact that whatever was in these corners really isn't going to matter.
Sure.
Because now we're going to mix it up. So you're going to do the exact same thing with your other block. And then you need to put your actual blocks together. So for this, what you need to do is you have 2 of the pink framed pieces, and you can have 2 of the grey framed pieces.
I've got you.
And now there's a couple of things here that you need to just double check on. A, all your squares need to be in the middle.
Note to self.
Yeah, note to self, have a look what you're doing. Although it can look nice in a lot of different ways.
Sure.
Actually then, this is okay then. As we're off on that tangent.
Let's play. Grab yourself the pattern. I think at the moment the details on screen are for the blue kit. Definitely the most popular. Lots and lots in baskets. Don't miss out on this. Don't forget to check out. I know you want to watch the demo, but don't forget to check out your basket because otherwise it'll be gone. But let's give you the details for the pattern, physical pattern. And I know Carolyn's being very generous and showing us how to make this, but let's support her by buying the pattern, and because that's what's important.
It's got all the hints and tips in the pattern, whereas there's only so much you can do in like the little demos. Yeah. But if you wanted to have a play, you could basically cut up one of your blocks.
Well, like that.
Yeah, exactly. And put it together like that in blocks of 4, and that just gives you a different graphic image. But so we're putting ours together as per the plaid layout. So this is what we're going to be ending up with. Now, what you need to do is make sure that all the blocks, when you put them together, you do them in the same way. I'm saying that just because I think it helps things keep clear in your mind. But if you do panic and end up with it laid out like this, it actually isn't going to matter because you can just turn it round.
Yeah.
Okay, so, but just follow the instructions. It's all laid out. There's loads of pictures, all the hints and tips. And once you've made the blocks, these are going to be what you're using to put the actual quilt together with. So these are your units. And I think if you look at the quilt behind me, if you actually focus on the plaid, the black and white on that one, or on the pink and grey on here, you can see that. But then you can see all the scraps, all the squares that we've put in the corners. This is where they come together. And this is where you can now have a play about and a little fiddle about with how you want your layout to be.
And how, because this is a dilemma that a lot of people have, well, we all have it to some extent when we're laying out our blocks. How much do you play with them? How much do you twist and turn?
I tend, when I'm making these, I will just look at one block as it is. And if I think, yeah, none of those squares are the same, then I'll put it together. And then when I put the actual quilt together, I will blindly stitch blocks together in pairs before I lay it out as a quilt.
Oh, do you? Interesting method.
Because I've then got less units to play about with. So instead of having all the blocks, so for that one, that's 36, isn't it? Yeah, 2, 4, 25. It says counting them behind it. So you've got 25 blocks. Whereas if you actually start putting them together before you lay them out, you can easily make a decision with 2 blocks in front of you that, you know, that these 2 fabrics, you know, they're different and they're different. So I can sew those together. You don't have to have it all laid out on a floor or on your wall or on the bed. But once it's like that, so I'll do so many sets of those, leaving 5 spare blocks, because I've got an odd number in this quilt. And then I will lay out these. And if I find that I've got ones that are together, I can then shuffle these to one side and put an extra block in one end or the other.
Clever.
But you haven't got to shuffle 25 blocks.
12 units plus a few.
Yeah.
It's a very clever technique. I like that.
So it's just less, and also because I think I do it because I lay my quilts out on the floor. And so the more bits I have on the floor, the more up and down I have to be, which is actually quite good for you. And we do a lot of that in Pilates. But, you know, I'm good at getting up and down off the floor, but sometimes there's only so many times you want to do that. So if I've got bigger units, I've got less pieces to shuffle about.
Great tip. Yeah, love that. Love that. It's interesting, isn't it, just to hear other people's perspective on things like that, because I know some people will labour for hours and hours and hours twisting and turning blocks, and I think you've just got to make a decision in the end and just sew them.
I think you have, and I know some people, it is really important that they think they've got, or hope that they've got the perfect layout. One of the ways that I will work with that is by taking a photograph of it and then editing it to black and white or grayscale, because then you get the values as opposed to the colours. And I think sometimes for some people the patterns and the colours are actually distracting, because you focus on, oh, I like that one, or I don't like that one so much. So yeah, I do this a lot. I will take a picture on my phone and then edit it to black and white, or just print it out on your printer in black and white, so you've got it on a piece of paper. But it does help me then think, oh, actually, yeah, I've got a lot of really dark squares down there, so I'll pop a few up there. But you can't see that necessarily when you're just looking at it.
No, agreed.
So that works.
Agreed. Cool. All those tips and ideas, of course, you get in Carolyn's patterns, so it's well worth getting yourself the pattern for $9.99. Physical pattern, very, very popular. Loads of you going for this. How many in baskets, Laura? Come on, guys, check out. There's lots of you with it in your basket. Check out. Too many, too many. You can also get a digital version if you prefer. Again, popular. Good if you just want to instantly download. There's no template, so you don't have to print anything out. You can keep it on your iPad, perhaps.
Yeah, you can just read it straight off from there. You don't have to have a printer for it at all. For this, no.
And this is one of those quilt patterns you'll go back to again and again and again, because it kind of works with anything and everything.
I mean, it does. I mean, I have been, sewing it for years. And then they'll be like, oh, yeah, we made a really good one in the blues. And then this used up. Yeah, it is just... And also, I think if you're doing... you know, the charity quilts or get quilts for giving that you want to give, but you don't want to spend too long on it.
No, exactly.
Or it's the thought that's going with it, isn't it? Then, this is just perfect. Yeah. So, yeah, and if you're a beginner, I think it's a good one to sort of really, you've got hand-holding with instructions, but you've got a relatively quick... result.
And not too many points to match, but your method for pressing the 2 different blocks is key, and that's all in the pattern.
Yeah, it'll help you a lot.
Lining up.
Yeah, and you've got all that in the pattern. You've got really good pictures in there.
Awesome. Right, if you want to get the kit for the blue version, this is so fresh, lovely and warm as well. You've got £74, 99 pence. You get your pattern, you get your 3 panels that has all of your feature fabrics, so you don't have to go searching for them. You also get 1.5 meters of navy and a 1.5 meters of powder blue. Carolyn, we positively encourage people to go into their scraps and add into this, wouldn't we?
Yeah, we do, especially if you've got some sapphire flora bundle or Ashley in there.
Do it.
Yeah, I mean, I always find any time that I've got any of the pre-cuts or these pre-prints, that's pre-prints, aren't they? Yeah, it's just great because it's your starting point. And you can think, yeah, well, I've got some blues, but I haven't got enough. Because sometimes I think, I don't know about you, but I know that in my stash, you know you've got enough fabric to make a quilt.
Sure.
Probably more than one quilt. But in it, not everyone, has slipped down that slippery slope just yet. And so often with your stash when you're starting out, you've got bits, but you haven't got everything.
Sure.
So sometimes having the panels or having the pre-cuts or buying a kit like this, because also with the 1.5 meters of each of those fabrics, that does actually mean you've got a little bit extra. So if you wanted to start making blocks or if you wanted to use it for binding your quilt, because I use the black at the end for that one, you can do that. So if you wanted to make it bigger, once you've got the swing of it, you know what your 2 blocks are, and you know that every time you make 2 blocks, that's made 2 blocks because they're interchangeable, then you can really just keep going if you wanted to make it bigger. And then add what you've got to the panels and things or the pre-cuts. So, yeah.
Fantastic, thank you. That's your blue kit. Very popular. We've also got the second colourway that Carolyn's working on, which is those gorgeous kind of fresh spring pinks and soft blues. It's kind of almost like a duck egg, greeny blue there, and the yellows, really lovely, with the pink and the grey sashing. You get 3 meters of your solid fabrics and 3 panels, enough to make the 65-inch square quilt, plus extra. And of course, if you do want to make it bigger, supplement this with your scraps to start with. You can always buy more of these. You've got fuchsia and you've got elephant, which we have pretty much always got in stock.
Who knew that they were called that?
Fuchsia and elephant.
Who knew?
There we go.
What I was thinking, sorry to interrupt, while you were talking about that, is that when I made this, I was like, you know how you have Christmas quilts?
Sure.
Well, really, where are the Easter quilts? So for me, this was actually, when I was doing it, it just was Easter decorating, Easter quilt, Easter egg hunt, all those sorts of things. So if you got on with that, you'll definitely have that done by Easter next year.
Totally agree. Yeah. Now, I've got some really lovely backing options. I want to start with these. These are fabulous. Of course, what are these? Liberty. Of course they are. Absolutely unmistakable. We love Liberty. You love Liberty?
Yeah, when you unpiled those, I was like, wow, they're nice, aren't they?
My precious. But they could be yours. Let's start with the yellow. This is the Lazenby cotton. This is printed in Italy. This is absolutely the same fabric as the 44-inch wide quiltweight cotton. Most backing fabrics are a different thread count and a slightly different weight, but Liberty is one where it is exactly the same fabric.
So those are the wide width backings.
These are 108-inch wide.
I've used a different print, but a Liberty one, and I can say it's exactly. Well, they're perfect. They're gorgeous anyway. But the quality of them's really nice, so I enjoy using those wide widths.
Yeah. If you wanted to use this to back your quilt, it's 65 inches square. Obviously, we've got 108 inches of width here. How many meters of this would we need, Carolyn, for a 65-inch square quilt? 2?
Yeah, because 72 inches is 2 meters, isn't it?
Yeah.
Oh, it's going to be maths day, isn't it?
I'm afraid so, Carolyn, yes. We've normally got someone with a calculator, but I just thought I'd try you out today. So 2 meters, 4 units. Now, you will have extra of this because it's so much wider than you need, strictly speaking, but add some into the front of the quilt. You could add this as one of the feature fabrics, or maybe add a border.
Yeah, or also they would look really nice. I know we've got kits, but if you use them for the interweaving, on the front of a quilt.
Beautiful.
So if you just buy it anyway,
Yeah,
then
it's just lovely.
you've got it for that.
I will just mention, though, I've only got 6 metres of this left. Now, that's enough for 3 customers to back their quilt with. All right, so that's that one. Pink next. Now, I actually think this would work with either of the quilts, the blue or the Easter coloured. Nothing wrong with having that gorgeous pink backing. This would also be amazing for a shirt or a blouse, wouldn't it?
A funky tie, wouldn't it?
Oh, yes, please. Beautiful. 17.99 per half metre, but remember, this is Liberty Italian quilt weight cotton. This is the Lazenby cotton. This is exactly the same as the quilt weight stuff. What's that? 3-way split pay. I know. Is it just on that one? We had backing fabrics on 3-way split pay. It's obviously been left on, and then it'll come back up. So yeah, take advantage. 3-way, £5.99. £5.99 per half metre to get it home. It's £17.99 per half metre, but yeah, I think they're all on split pay, aren't they? So if you buy your 4 metres, then you can have your split pay, which would be about £24.96, I think, would be your first split pay. You have 3 payments of that. Let's just check. I've got one more option, which is blue, but we think it might have already sold out. Yes, it has. Yeah. According to mine, how much have you got? It's gone. It's gone. Oh, well.
Oh, well, fold it away then.
What did they used to say on Bullseye? Let's see what you could have won.
I've never watched Bullseye.
Carolyn Foster.
I've never watched that.
Surprised me. Now, I've used this quilt backing. This was on one of my We Love Quilting. I love it. This is from the Sandalwood collection by 3 Sisters for Moda. It's really silky. This illustrates the point quite well. This is almost like a lawn weight or a poplin weight. It's lighter. 100% cotton, of course, completely stable. Slightly sateen finished. So it feels like silk. It's gorgeous. I've only got half a metre left. But you could use it for some cushions.
It's pretty. It's nice.
It's lovely, isn't it? And then I've also got really affordable bundles, actually. These are our cotton solids. Now, these are 44 inches wide, so you get 4 metres in the bundle, which you'll split into 2 metre pieces and then sew them together. Okay, and that will make you your backing.
That will make you your backing. Yeah.
Let's do yellow first. I think you have to take the £3 off, Flora. Yeah, let's take the £3 off. There we go. That's lemon. That's a good 1930s colour.
It is.
Is it?
Well, they are. I should know, shouldn't I? Yeah, yes, it is a 1930s sort of colour. Actually, I was going to give you a bit of a history thing then. I really like the history thing earlier on about the Moine star.
Oh.
Do you know, I did not know that.
Isn't that fun?
Yeah. I was like, I even looked up from what I was stitching
Yeah,
the green
did you?
one for that, yeah.
Palace of Versailles and Saint...
whatever it all was, I thought that was really cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, we like a bit of history.
I'm
but yeah,
a complete,
good on
I'm a
that one.
complete nerd
No, it's cool.
about
I didn't know that. That was good.
You've got a new book coming out in the summer about 1930s quilt that has loads of history in it.
I do, and yes, it does. Thank you for that. Yes,
You're welcome.
Thank you.
This is another backing bundle. This is in the blue. Oh, I've only got 4 of the lemon bundles left, by the way. Be quick on that. Even if you're not making the quilt, it's a really useful one. I've got 7 of these bundles left. £25 and change to get this home. It's great, isn't it? Absolutely fab. Thanks for all your messages on Facebook, by the way. I shall be reading all of these at 10 o'clock, so please don't think I'm ignoring you. This is gorgeous cotton candy blue. Beautiful, that. That is such a suitable colour. Look, I'm just going to put the panels there. Look how that fits. Isn't it gorgeous? Really spot on. 4 of those left now. And then last one, really pretty lilac.
Nice.
Again, I think you could do either quilt with this.
I can do anything with lilac. It's like neutral, isn't it?
Lovely.
Yeah, no, it's... I must admit, I don't often... Well, I do. I can't lie and say, oh, I don't often buy bundles of prints. But I do appreciate it when there are bundles of solids, because I find it really hard, bizarrely, to pick solids or have solids that work together. So I must admit, so when I was given the solids for this, so it was like, right, okay, I can work that out myself. If I was going to stash build with solids, I think this would be my weekend.
Absolutely. We sometimes do a full bundle of fat quarters of our entire range
All
of
the
solids.
That's
And
cool.
they're the ones, I think, cut yourself a 5-inch swatch, staple them together and keep them, and then any time you do a project you can pull them out, because you need to compare, don't you?
Yeah, no,
Lovely.
I think, bundles and lengths like that are like, instant backings or instant stash.
Only 5 of those left now. Right, now I've got a couple of waddings. What's your absolute favourite when it comes to wadding?
A lot of the 80-20s, to be honest, there's an 80-20 that I started using eons ago, and I've used...
Hobbs heirloom.
Yeah, and I've used other 80-20s, and not all 80-20s are the same.
No, for sure.
They all have different qualities.
They do.
I must admit, but I've used quite a few now, but I will always go back. But I do like, I think try waddings out, otherwise you never know as well.
This ends 5/6. Oh, yeah. That's our 80-20. Oh, 70-30. So this is 70-30. This is an eco wadding.
Ooh,
So this is 100% recycled,
that's cool.
70% recycled cotton, 30% recycled polyester.
Yeah, good.
So you get that little bit of loftiness from the poly, washability, but you get that lovely drape from the cotton as well. It's a lovely one. Yeah, I started with 80-20 from Hobbs, and I've used 80-20 ever since. Just love the combination.
I do, yes, but I mean, you're saying about the eco one there. I do think nowadays, there's the eco ones, soya ones, bamboo ones. I just think every so often with a quilt, I'll be like, oh, well, that was new. I'll try that. I'll see how that handles.
Yeah.
Because I think it's all very well as saying, oh, we're still using the 80-20, but you never know, do you? There could be something out there that you think, this is the bee's knees for me now, and moving on. But
Well, like we were
try them
talking
out.
earlier on about polyester waddings, and I wouldn't have given you a thank you for a polyester wadding a few years ago. I've now sometimes use our 100% poly because it really does drape beautifully. It washes so well. So, and that was purely...
things change,
Yeah, they do.
Yeah.
This one is 100% cotton. Oh, this is luscious. Get a feel of this. Come and have a little. You've got to have a little feel.
You'll know now that he's on a high seat. Look, and I'm on a on the floor. Yeah, it's nice. Yeah. I mean, I do a lot of hand quilting, and it's how they needle as well in your hand, because it's different to when you're machine quilting. But yeah, definitely, I'd try everything.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Gorgeous that.
Nice.
Well, I always say, if you're unsure and you want to give it a try, get yourself half a metre of a wadding, once a month maybe, and layer it, quilt it, wash it, do all of those things, and then have them to compare. Because I did that with all our waddings once, and I was so surprised at the results. So surprised. Actually, my top, which I was very surprised at, was the polyester.
I know, and we all went, oh.
Exactly, yeah. For the look of the quilting, how it still looked after it was washed, the whole kind of resilience of it, the lack of bit, all of that. Interesting, but I still love my 80-20. That is 100% cotton, $7.99 a half metre. What if you've bought 10 metres of this? I think that might be somebody who's decided they're going to go through their UFOs and get them quilted.
Get the job done.
Get the job done. Love that. £2.66 on split pay. Our wadding is on split pay. Wow. Spread the cost. Spread the cost. Why not? Why not spread the cost? I think that's a great idea. Right, okay, so our focus today is on Carolyn Forster's fabulous new quilt pattern. It's called the Disappearing 9-Patch Plaid Quilt. A great scrappy quilt, something you can do with a range of fabric, charm packs, layer cake squares. Once you know the method, can you up or downsize?
Do you know, I knew that was coming. It's like I can see this bubble above your head. Basically, once you've worked out how it works, you could use all the square sizes for when I've done it are the same size.
Yes.
So it means that if you've got, I mean, in the olden days, charm packs were 4 inches square.
Were they?
Yeah, I could, yeah.
What days are we talking about, Carolyn?
Olden days.
Olden days.
When shops used to cut their own, and basically there was no standardisation of it.
Gotcha.
It was only Moda who standardised it
Yep.
to the 5 inches.
Yep.
And they had to be charm squares because they'd always been charm squares,
Yeah.
so they couldn't own the copyright on the words. That's why everyone can call them that.
Because a charm quilt is one where no two fabrics are the same. It's got
Yeah.
nothing to do with the size of fabric.
No.
But people used to collect charm squares
Yeah.
to make that quilt, didn't they?
Yeah. And in, really, I'm this old now. Do you remember Strawberry Fair?
Yep.
Yeah, and so they used to have like a handwritten order form.
They did.
Didn't they? But all the squares that came with that, they were probably only about an
Mail
inch
order,
and a
weren't
half. They were little. And when you ordered, you had to staple it or stick it to your order form and send it back. And then you got your...
So you knew what the fabric was?
So they knew what it was. There were none of these codes or anything. And then when you got your yardage back, your order form came with it and you could take your little square off. And I knew people who just collected all those squares all the time. And they were only about an inch and a half and they'd use them for literally charm quilts.
charm quilt,
'Cause if
wow.
you started putting them together. But yeah, you can make this quilt with, you could make it with bigger squares, you could make it with smaller squares. If you got really nifty, you could work out different size squares.
Yep.
You could make it really funky and have nothing matching up,
Love that.
which is sort of like,
Love that.
yeah, it's just a really good starting point, I think, for a really nice sort of quick
I
quilt
agree, it's
at
fab.
any level.
There is about 50 of you with this pattern in your basket. Don't forget to check out. Remember, it's fabulous to support our designers as well in their work. All our designers come in and give us so much inspiration and so much creativity. And we have the benefit of decades of experience from Carolyn.
Decades.
Right back to the olden days.
Olden days, real
Olden.
decades. Thank you.
You started it.
Yeah, no, I did.
No, you bring back so many memories from me. Laura Ashley, Strawberry Fair, mail order fabric. Absolutely, absolutely. Gosh, yeah, keep checking out your basket. Remember, if you want a digital version, we can do that too. That's been popularised as a digital. $9.99. Lots of people getting started today, I think. But if you want a kit that has everything in it, here are the options. We've got the blues, really popular, the blue. You've got your 1.5 meters of navy. You've got your 1.5 meters of powder blue. Then you've got your 3 panels. And these panels, they're all the same panels, but they feature lots and lots of different blue fabrics. Those gorgeous powder blues, that sort of, what was the colour of blue that you said?
The Laura Ashley one was sapphire.
Sapphire, yes.
Oh, there we go. Here's
Sapphire
I know
blue.
we've got a
Yeah, no, absolutely.
screenshot, haven't we? Or whatever
see
they
the
call
real
a
thing.
grab. But yeah, I really like the panels. I was, I'd never seen them before, so it was like a new thing for me. But I like these little like these actual panel-y bits, as well as having all the ditzy fabrics with it. So
Yeah, those feature squares are a real, they're a cool thing, aren't they?
yeah.
But you were saying you still need to measure out your squares. Don't just cut them straight from the panel.
Yeah, and it says on the panel, I think, as well. I think the squares are printed 5 1/8.
Yeah.
And I started off thinking, oh, well, you know, is that a good thing? Is that not? But actually, it was a really good thing because it did give you wiggle room.
Yeah.
And I found that, yeah, it was easy enough with your ruler just to... I cut mine in strips.
Right.
So if you fold it correctly, you can actually cut strips. And given that you want everything to be accurate, the actual wiggle room bit means that you've got the accuracy without losing any of your actual square.
Yeah.
You won't think, oh, it's not cut right, I've now not got them big enough. They'll always be the right size because they've given you that wiggle room.
I need that.
Yeah.
I can't cut a 10-inch layer cake square into 4 5-inch squares. I can't do it. I get 2 that are like 5 1/16, and then 2 that are 4 15.
Less that 16th.
Yeah. I just can't do it. I even with two square rulers together.
Yeah.
I struggle with that.
So,
I was cut slightly over.
Yeah, so you got a bit of wiggle room with these, which
like
I found really useful too.
It's a good thing. I think it's a good thing.
Good.
Right, that is the blue kit. You also get your pattern, of course, and then we've got that gorgeous kind of really spring fresh pinks and yellows and soft greens. I'm going to open up the panel again because really are just delightful fabrics there.
This is going to be my Easter quilt next year.
Yeah, for sure.
Because I don't have an Easter quilt. We have Christmas quilts. I know I said that earlier on. But I'd never actually thought until I stitched this of actually having an Easter quilt. And you see all those people nowadays that do Easter egg hunts outside.
Oh, yeah.
I never did that. But yeah, if you get out there with your Easter cookies in your little basket.
Sold.
Sold.
Love that. Love that. But of course, as well, amazing as a scrap quilt. So do take this opportunity to get yourself a kit, maybe make your first quilt. Could this be someone's first quilt?
Yeah, I think so, purely because it is straight lines and it's and purely, I mean, I know I'm saying as I wrote the instructions, but the instructions are step by step. You're doing repeat processes to make your block, and you get what I call, for me, success at all the levels. Like initially you've made your 9 patches, so it's like, yeah, I've done that, tick that box. So you haven't got lots of bitty bits. It's always like, right, 9 patches, right, chop them up, and then instantly you've got your block. Then it's like, right, breather, cup of tea, and now I'm going to play around with those. So yeah, I think you've got lots of success steps in this. So yeah,
Fab.
nice one.
If I could ask you for one top tip that everybody that does quilt making could do that would improve their lot, what would it be? Or what are your top things that people can do to quilt better?
Right, I think it's if you want everything to fit together, then you have to have and know that you can stitch a 1/4 inch seam allowance. If you're not worried, you know, it comes out as it does, and it doesn't matter, and that's absolutely fine.
Still keeps you warm.
Yeah, it's still going to go together, but not everything. The blocks don't always quite line up, or your triangles end up too small, or you know, but it goes together, and that's absolutely fine. That's just brilliant. But at the end of it, if you actually want what you see on the tin sort of thing, that other people seem to be able to have quilts that do that. I do think that investing in a 1/4 inch piecing foot, and there are different types. One has got a little bar at the side and one hasn't. And I must admit, I use the one that hasn't a lot, like all the time. So I think that, or if you've got a sewing machine that has the function with the standard foot to sew a 1/4 inch seam allowance.
Yes.
And I know one of my machines does that, but I just have to remember that and have to put a regular foot on it and not the other one.
That's very true. I was saying that yesterday. The FS250 has the 1/4 inch stitch, but it's very easy to put the end foot, which is the open toe embroidery foot, and it's wider, so your 1/4 inch would be wider.
Yeah, so, and also just get a sticky fix-it note and stick it on the front of your book or the machine or something like that so that you know. But it's, 1/4 inch seam allowance,
That's key, isn't it?
Yeah.
A lot of my students get quite frustrated, and they will grab their patchwork and they will say to me, look, and they will have the ruler there, and they will have their seam allowance, and they will be measuring it in front of me and saying, it's a 1/4 inch. it's 1/4 of an inch, and it is 1/4 of an inch.
Yeah.
But my block's not the right. Why isn't my block the right size? Because actually, the 1/4 inch seam allowance is part of the story, isn't it?
It's part of the story, but this is my other thing. I think if you're making blocks and all the points or all the seams within that block all match together, and all the blocks you're making for a project are the same size. Does it matter what
It'll all go
size?
together.
It'll all go together. Because I did actually get a question about that in an email the other day, and it's always hard when you can't see, you know, what happened. But the lady was like, well, why are they not the right 12.5 inches? And one of my things with that is like, well, it's all very well on paper, saying, well, if you've got this maths and this maths, and when it glues itself together, the block is this maths. But I cannot tell you the last time I ever measured a block I had stitched.
Right.
So I
Interesting.
couldn't say, like, definitely hand on heart, I could definitely say, I could not tell you the last time I measured a block, but I know...
It's quite a
'cause
confession.
don't care, I've got other things to do. You know, I'm not measuring all my blocks. But I know they're all the same size and they all go together. So at the end of it, if the maths of it,
Yep.
you know, it's like when we have to say what size is this quilt finish.
Yep.
I didn't actually measure it.
Sure.
It's the maths.
Yep.
If you've got that many, just pulling her trousers up, if you've got that many blocks that are 12 inches, they're
Yep.
not in this, they're different size, and you multiply it because it's 5 across, mathematically, it's that plus one set of seam allowances
Yeah.
because you've got the raw edge bound around the outside edge. But I haven't measured it.
Is it that important? Yeah.
I mean, I'd know if it was like half the size,
Sure.
you know.
Yeah.
So I do think perhaps sometimes people worry unnecessarily.
Yeah.
But if it is a case of you've put a block together and the seams aren't matching up, your triangles are wonky and all your edges are like a zigzag, and then you think, well, actually, you know, why isn't it square? Or should I square that up with a square ruler? Well, yeah, that is a thing, but why is it not gone together?
Yeah.
You know, did you cut your fabric out correctly? Because a lot of the times when you know, you do, like you said, you have students who've put in, they said, oh, it's 1/4 of an inch, so why isn't my block this size? But then if you actually open out the fabrics that they've sewn and realise they didn't cut it the right size in the first place.
Sure. There is your reason.
Yeah, it's a multi-layered. It isn't one thing.
No.
Were the raw edges together when they put the two pieces of fabric together?
Yeah.
Because I've had some sneaky ones who show it to me, and we're looking at a perfect seam and and you look on the other side, but the raw edges weren't together. But they showed me the good one. But it's fine.
Yeah.
It's fine.
Yeah. Agreed. I think when you look back at, you have a big collection of vintage quilts. When you look at vintage quilts in quilt museums, that kind of thing, there's all kinds of different levels of skill and piecing and matching or non-matching. I think actually the obsession with everything being accurate and lining up is a modern one.
Do you know, that's what I was thinking as you started to say that. It's like, well, when actually was it decided?
Rotary cutters, I reckon. As soon as we started doing rotary cutting, suddenly it became a thing.
Yeah. I mean, because also you read instructions for blocks from the 30s, 40s, 50s, when they were sort of being publicised then in magazines and newspapers and periodicals. And honestly, some of the, well, there aren't any instructions. It's more like a little bit of chat. And it will say, make your blocks.
Yeah, make the block.
And I'm like, nothing about this, put A to B and C to D and then do this and do that. There's no hand-holding in there. It's just like you're meant to know.
Yeah.
Because you do know, because they'd all been sewing since they were 3.
Yeah.
That's how it went together. And also with the old quilts, we'll see later on that some of the seam allowances are...
all over the shop.
All over the place.
All over the shop.
All over the place.
Well, I can't wait till 11 o'clock when Carolyn will be back with a fabulous, fabulous quilt. But right now we need to go to a break. When we come back, tools and more quilt patterns. See you after this.
Now, normally when you sew two pieces of fabric together, you sew them together, right sides together, and open the fabric up. We, however, are doing a French seam, which means that all of the raw edges are encased within the seam. So we don't do it the normal way. This is how we do it. So instead of sewing your fabrics right sides together, you sew them wrong sides together within the seam allowance. There. Then what you do is you then take the whole seam, you would press it, and you will turn it round. So you now sew along the seam, but having the right sides together. So what you've done is you've encased your raw edges in here, you've created your normal seam from the right side, but on the wrong side, all of your raw edges are all encased within the French seam. A lot of people are terrified by French seams. You don't need to be at all. They're really haute couture and they turn your garment from being homemade to made with love.
Looking for the perfect gift for the sewing enthusiast in your life? The Sewing Street gift card is just the thing. Choose between a physical card delivered to their door or a convenient e-gift sent straight to their inbox. It's easy. Just head to the Sewing Street website, scroll to the bottom of the page, click Gift Cards, or use your smartphone, scan the QR code and go straight there. Pick the amount you'd like to load onto the card, and that's it. The Sewing Street gift card, the gift of creativity made simple.
When you hear the term half-square triangle, or HST, it refers to a simple way to create two identical triangle shapes from a fabric square. Start with two squares of fabric, any size, and place one on top of the other, aligning the raw edges. Using a ruler and a fabric pen, mark a diagonal line from corner to corner. Then mark a second line 1/4 inch on either side of the diagonal. Pin the fabric together to keep it secure, then sew along the two outer lines that you marked. Now carefully cut along the first diagonal line you drew. Press the seams flat using the heat from an iron. Use washi tape to align your ruler and trim away any excess fabric. And there you have it. Your half-square triangle is ready to use.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £4.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £6.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
I knew you'd come back. How are you? I've had some lovely messages, by the way. Thank you. Let me read some of them. Michelle says, morning. Stuart. Viv says, good morning from Orkney. Love that. Now then, Roger's got in touch to say, we always love your show, Stewie. Brightens our morning. Oh, that's really cute. Thank you. No one actually calls me Stuart in real life, actually. Everyone calls me Stu or Stewie. Everybody. So you can too. Of course you can. Yeah. Jane says, morning, Stuart. Love seeing you on Sewing Street. You always make me feel cheery. And I love the way you put fabric together. I'd never think of the combinations. Just play. You don't have to sew them together, do you? Play with them. It really changes how you feel about fabric. Jan says, morning, Stuart. Lovely to have a demo so early in the day. You're very welcome. Susan says, morning, Stuart. I'm collecting your block of the months and extras. They're beautiful. Will you be doing a pattern for a matching block keeper? I've tried messaging you several ways. I hope you get this one. I did get this one, Sue. That's a lovely idea. Let me explore the possibilities. I have some more messages, but on that note, let's talk about the block of the month. It's a good segue. This is a new block of the month that I launched just before I went off to Australia, just around my birthday. It's called Sewing Through the Year. And, oh gosh, this idea's been going round and round my head for a few years. Vintage sewing machines and gorgeous seasonal flowers that you would expect to have in your garden or would hope to have in your garden at that time. Now, let me just tell you that this current price that's on screen, this is for the 5 blocks that we have released so far. That's January, February, March, April, and the spring wreath. There are 4 wreaths, spring, summer, autumn, winter, as well as the 12 months. I'll show you what we've got so far. You also get within that a pattern. This is one pattern that will do you the whole year. And it is not just to make this quilt, okay? Yes, of course, you get instructions for making the 12-block quilt with the sashings and the borders and everything else. But you also get patterns for a 16-block quilt that uses the 4 seasonal wreaths as well. You also get full instructions to make the quilt as quilt as you go. You get 4 pages of instructions for quilt as you go, which is worth $9.99 in itself. You get a 4-block wall hanging. I use the seasonal wreaths there. With a different border setting. You get a pattern for a candle mat using the panel. You get a pattern for a cushion using one panel. And I also even made a bag. I made this bag using one panel plus a little bit of fabric just for a binding and some ties. And I give you all the dimensions for that too. So you get that pattern included, plus all of your current or up to now panels. I'll show you them. So you've got January. Each block, each month, you get your sewing machine, you get your seasonal flower wreath, and then you get lots of light coordinating fabric and lots of dark, even more dark. I mean, you get all this fabric for $9.99. Now, most block of the month programmes are £25 to £40 per month. This one is $9.99 a month. And for that $9.99, you can make that whole block and you get enough fabric for your border as well. The only fabric you're going to have to add is your binding and a white on white or a solid white for your sashing and the rectangles that you add to your colours for your piano keyboarder. That's all you have to add. So it's really good value. You've also got enough fabric, as I say, in the panel. If you prefer, you can make a bag. You'll need something for the lining, but you can make your bag for $9.99. I wanted to make this great value. So that's January. February, my birthday month, so I had to use amethyst as the stone. There's your dark coordinate, so pretty. Your light coordinate, and then there's your vintage sewing machine. They're all kind of fantastical sewing machines, of course. None of them are real sewing machines. But, you know, you could add hand quilting, you could add embroidery, you could add beading. Remember, you're working on 1 block a month, and the piecing's really simple. So what you could do is you could layer this block up once you've added your border, you know, do your sashing. Layer it up with wadding and backing, quilt it. You could hand quilt it, you could machine quilt it, you could add embroidery or beading, and then use the quilt as you go method that's in your pattern to put the whole thing together. And then each month you've got the satisfaction of knowing that you've done. That's February. Next up, March. March, of course, has got daffodils, bluebells, some ranunculus and some grape hyacinths. And then you've also got that light yellow coordinate and that beautiful kind of buttercup shade on a panel. I've only got 5 of these panels left. If you want March, do be quick. Now, don't panic if you don't get it today. We'll always bring back previous months each month. But it just means like today, if you want to get on, we've only got 5 of those panels left at the moment. So, and then April released on Friday. So once a month, we'll release the block. This one has got Japanese cherry blossom and tulips. It's got alliums, Michaelmas daisies. Here's some lovely lily of the valley as well, and a gorgeous coral pink sewing machine. I would love that sewing machine. You've got your coral pink coordinates as well. Only 4 of these panels left. And again, you might just want to make yourself a cushion. You might not be doing the whole quilt. You could just do that block. You could actually make it up into a sewing machine cover. You know, if I grab a sewing machine in just for a second and show you. So if you had that panel with a border to make it a rectangle, some sides, probably 3-inch or 4-inch wide sides, maybe slightly more, 5-inch wide sides. You could make a cover, just be like making a bag really, a simple bag that you turn upside down to put over your machine. You could do that with the blocks. I might have to do that for next month. And then the other block, that's obviously January to April. That means we're a third of the way through the year, right? How? Is the spring wreath. Now, quarterly, we'll bring out, as well as a block of the month, we'll bring out one of the wreaths. So the entire 16 blocks will be out in a year. We'll have everything out in 1 year. There's your spring wreath. I did a table centre for Easter using this. There's your coordinate, light green and a darker green, and literally 3 of those blocks left. I'm going to have to just say it out loud. Can I have a Danish pastry, please? We're doing our little mid-morning snack order, everybody. I was thinking, how can I mime Danish pastry? If you've got any ideas or videos of you miming it, do send them in. But I just had to say it. A Danish pastry. This body wasn't built on carrots. Right, that's the spring wreath. That's going to sell out. Now, if you want any of those individual blocks, we have them as individual blocks too. Yeah, we've only got 3 of the bundle left. More if you're wanting it. You can get the individual elements, and I am just going to say as well that it's the same price. Whether you buy it as a bundle or buy them individually, it's the same price. It's just for convenience. So here's the April block. That coral pink and all those lovely flowers. Definitely going to make a sewing machine cover. I think that would be gorgeous. Jean says, good morning, Stuart. You do have a very soothing voice. I'd definitely listen if you did one of those send you to sleep audios. Go for it. I'm going to do it. Susan says, hi, Stuart. Do we need specific needles for the Brother FS250? Loving the fabrics today. Oh, Susan, that's such a good question. And I don't answer that question enough, really, because it's a really important one. No, your needles... just buy good quality. Personal recommendation here, Schmetz. I always use Schmetz needles, and I love Microtex. It's a type of needle, very sharp, very slim point. But yeah, no, any machine needles will fit. Good quality, and change them regularly, about every 8 hours of sewing time. I know that sounds a lot, but your needle... your machine, this machine, the FS250, does 850 stitches per minute. Now, I know we don't sew that fast solidly for an hour, but imagine half of that for 8 hours. That's a lot of work. There's your coordinates. That's April. March. Those gorgeous daffodils. And grape hyacinths. My garden's full of grape hyacinths now. So pretty. There's your coordinates and your block. £9.99. Again, I wanted to make this a really affordable block of the month. I did not want this to be a costly quilt to make. But you know your finished quilt, if you do the 12 block, that's hanging behind me, that is 75.5 inches by 94 inches. That is a queen size quilt. And don't worry about, I could never get that big quilt under my sewing machine. You get full instructions for doing it quilt as you go. So you're only ever having to quilt a 20.5 inch square. We can all do that. That's March. February next. Lilacs, purples. There's your coordinates, those lovely purples. And also, I deliberately steered away from having the month. I could have put February or February, but if your bedroom is lilacs and purples with a little touch of yellow, how lovely, right? You might want to make this cushion to go in your bedroom. You don't want that out all year with February. I don't think. Now, if you want to add the month, you could embroider it, you could ink it, you could hand embroider it, you could even applique something on, but that's your choice. I wanted this to be sort of open-ended. Do your own thing. You know, I like you to be creative and make it yours. And then January has got hellebores, Christmas roses, and fir cones and foliage, and those lovely green coordinates. Last of all then is the spring wreath. The spring wreath, which you can use to make a 16 block quilt if you use the whole year's worth. Or I think this would be really nice to have like a little seasonal wall hanging spring, just spring, and have the spring wreath, use the coordinates, and maybe even use some scraps from your scrap basket. There's spring. So cute. The bundle's sold out. Now, if you haven't already, grab yourself the pattern. If you didn't buy the bundle, grab yourself the pattern, because actually, even if you're not, and actually, we had some pictures yesterday of a customer who's making this quilt using Tilda fabric. So they're not using the panels at all, but they bought the instructions. It looks so stunning. It's beautiful. Remember, you get instructions for doing your sashing and making a 12 block quilt. And actually, because these blocks, you're cutting this to 12.5 inches, any 12-inch finished block could go in those spaces. You've got full instructions for quilt as you go. That's worth £9.99 in itself. We sell quilt instructions for quilt as you go for £9.99. You've got your 4-block wall hanging. Again, any 12-inch block could be substituted. Your candle mat, full instructions, how to make your pattern, your cushion, and your bag. So loads and loads of value for £9.99. Well worth getting. Okay. We do have a little complimentary bundle of fabrics. We've been, oh, it's sold out. Has it sold out? Okay. Well, I'll put together a different complimentary bundle for next time, some different colours. Right, let's talk about some tools now, because we've got tools in this hour. I'm going to grab the rotary cutters and blades first, because I asked Carolyn at the end of the last hour for her sort of top tip. We were talking about 1/4 of an inch, but I did like that the conversation went on to cutting. Is your cutting accurate? Are you cutting well? And it's always worth looking at your rotary cutter and your blade. I'm going to start with the 45mm rotary cutter. These are such a great price, £7.99, and that includes your blade. And it's a titanium blade, which will last a lot longer and will be more resistant to chips. £7.99, brilliant, brilliant price. I've got about 5 rotary cutters at home, just in 45mm, so I've always got one to hand. Now, you can get any plain 45mm blade will fit that, whatever brand, it'll fit. But I have actually got here a pinking blade, a crinkle cut blade, if you like. So we'll show you that next. Now, you might use this for things like dressmaking. If you want to cut out your dressmaking fabrics, £4.99 for the blade. Longer lasting and extra sharp. Now, most of my cutting I do with a 45mm rotary cutter, but if I'm doing lots and lots of strips, borders, big pieces of fabric, I reach for my 60mm rotary cutter. Imagine a bicycle with really small wheels. It would take you ages to get anywhere. Imagine the same bike with really big wheels. You're going to get there faster. Every revolution of the wheel covers more ground. That's the same as a 60mm cutter. The bigger the blade, the faster it'll cut through. £9.99 for that. Did you like that analogy, Levi? Fabulous. I want big wheels on my bike. But if lots of us, everyone's got a 45mm cutter, right? But most of us don't have the 60mm. For £9.99, get yourself one. It's a brilliant price, and it's like I say, when you're doing lots of strips and borders, big piece of fabric, your 60mm blade will just do the job faster. I've got a replacement blade. This is a straight blade, so for your regular cutting of strips and squares and whatever you need to cut. Morning, Fiona. She says, morning, Stuart. The best presenter with a gentle, hypnotic voice. Thank you. I hope you checked out Facebook page. I messaged you about this morning. I did get your message, and I was about to look, and then somebody asked me a question, and I had to put my phone away. So it's on my radar. Thank you. That's your 60mm, for a 6.49. And then for curved templates and precision cutting, or if you like using a rotary cutter to cut out things like applique shapes, I know Delphine's a fan of doing that, then I think this small cutter, this is 28mm, is a really, really good buy for £6.99. It's your full soft touch, soft grip, handle with a blade included for £6.99, and I have a replacement blade for it. They actually get 2, and they're titanium blades, so again they last longer, they're more resistant to chips and burrs, and if you sharpen them, you can sharpen these blades more times. Because you can only sharpen rotary blades a certain number of times, but the titanium ones you can sharpen more times. So that's a bit about rotary cutters. If you've got any questions, get them in, please. I'm here for you. Now we're going to do a little bit of wadding talk. I'm going to grab insulating wadding first. This is thermal insulating wadding. And this is that kind of space blanket style of insulating wadding, okay? So you've got your polyester bat on one side, okay? You can still see a little bit of that silvery, and then on the other side, it's really that silver blanket, and then there is a little bit of fluff covering it, but not much. Now, for example, if you're making something like an insulated lunch bag, yeah, keep your lunch hotter, or shopping bags for the keeping things frozen, yeah? Right, where you have this silver side matters. So if you're trying to keep things hot, you've got your hot casserole inside the bag. You want the silvery side. It will reflect the heat back on itself to keep what's inside hot. If you're making something to keep stuff cool, you want the heat's coming from outside. So cold, you want the heat reflected away. All right? Also, if you want to make something like a stadium cushion, all right, so you go to football matches or cricket matches or whatever, or picnic cushions, something like that, where you want to deflect the cold away from yourself or the heat towards yourself, you can put this on the back of quilts or on cushions, and it will reflect the heat. Or, if you're somebody who really feels the cold, make yourself a lap blanket. With this on the underside, so that when you have it on your lap, it will reflect your body heat back on yourself. It's really good stuff. Don't ever use this in your microwave for obvious reasons. It is metallic. Okay, it is metallic. So, but really, really good stuff. Drinks holders, food bags, shopping bags, things like that. It's all really useful. The other thing about it is, I don't know if you've picked up on this, but listen, I'll hold this near my mic. Can you hear that crinkle? That crinkle is because of the metallic. This is often included in things like baby playbooks, baby play mats, and also things like twiddle sets often made for people with dementia, because of that crinkle. So you have it in a little page, and when you scrunch it, you hear that crinkle. So sometimes people buy it for that reason as well, not just the thermal insulating properties. All right. That's cut for you by the 1/2 metre, by the way. And the width of this is narrow. It's only 57 inches wide. Now, if you're wanting to make a 65-inch... No, it's 57... Is it 57 cent... Is it? Oh, 57 centimetres, thank you. Yes, 57 centimetres, you're right. So if you wanted to make something wider, like a picnic quilt, then you can just zigzag 2 pieces together. Just butt them against each other and zigzag. All right, just to make it bigger. Okay, that is insulating wadding. Let's have a little look. What else has been popular, Laura? Or if you want to pick a code. Yeah? 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 100%. This isn't wool. No, super soft cotton blend. This is 80/20 cotton. Okay, I don't have a wool wadding here. I don't have a wool wadding on the counter. So do you want to run this is the 80/20, and width-wise, just need to see what width it is. Okay, it's not telling me how wide this is. I'll open it out and we'll have a look. Yeah, that's not 244, I don't think. Anyway, this is 244. It's 80/20 cotton wadding. This is 80% cotton, 20% polyester. And this is my go-to wadding, okay? I go to this all the time. It's a nice, thin, drapable wadding, okay? It's very versatile, very reliable. It's very easy to quilt by hand or machine. You can quilt this up to 10 inches apart, okay, which is about that. So if you're quilting lines this way and this way, straight, that would be enough to hold your quilt together. I always think quilts look better with more quilting, but if you wanted to do it as a minimum, that's great. That tells us that the wadding itself is very stable and will hold its shape and will hold its structure, which is important. When I started quilting in the early 90s, waddings, you had to be so careful when you got them out of the packet because they would literally just tear apart, and you'd have thin bits and thick bits, and actually when you put your quilt together, it was only your quilting that held this layer together. So you had to quilt 1/2 inch apart, or even 1/4 inch apart to hold the structure together. Not like that anymore, 10 inches apart. Brilliant stuff. Very, very versatile. Drapey, good for bed quilts in particular. Okay, that's that one. Let's do SZ18. This is 50 cotton, 50 bamboo. Now, there's a move in our industry to be eco-friendly and to be more responsible. Bamboo requires way less water, way less fertilizers, and is much faster growing than cotton. So it's a great fibre. It also is hypoallergenic as well, and it's beautifully soft. If you've ever owned bamboo socks, you'll know that beautiful, soft, drapey feel is gorgeous. It's a lovely wadding. This one's 315 centimetres wide, so that's 110 inches, I think, wide. So if you make a lot of big quilts, or actually, paradoxically, if you make a lot of small quilts, because look, this is your half width. Now, I know a lot of you make quilts that are about 50 inches or less wide. Perfect, because you can get 2 from the width. So I would always go for larger, wider width waddings, personally. We do more with them. That's 50 cotton, 50 bamboo. Love that one. It's really soft. Top tip when you're using wadding, cotton attracts cotton. So if you use 100% cotton, or say an 80-20 cotton, your cotton top and your cotton backing will naturally stick. Not enough to quilt it without pinning or basting it together, but will naturally be attracted. Things like bamboo and polyester are not so attracted to cotton. This is when using a basting spray is even more important. Cotton, I think, is quite easy to pin your layers together, but 505 basting spray, I would say, is a must if you're using bamboo, silk, wool, or polyester battings. I'll show you these in a second. I've got 2 different size options, 500mm and 250. So that's your 50 cotton, 50 bamboo wadding. It's cut to order. If you're buying this to stash, okay, 2.5 metres will do a queen size, 3 metres will do a king size. So 5 units or 6. That would be the amount I would recommend you get. Some of you are going for 8 units, 4 metres. It's a good amount. If you're doing, say, like, you know, a couple of baby quilts and a double bed quilt and a wall hanging, 4 metres, brilliant. It's quite limited stock, this one. Quite limited. Right, keep going through for that. At this point, I'm going to mention the 505 spray because when I was talking earlier on with Carolyn about Hobbs Heirloom 8020, the reason why I started using that was actually because they used to produce a fusible wadding. So it was impregnated with a glue that was heat activated. Love that, but it wasn't always reliable. So I started using 505 because I got into basting rather than pinning. And I think once you start using 505 spray, it's quite hard to go back to pinning a quilt together. It's so fast and reliable. This is the big can, 500 mils, $13.99. It's a fabric safe adhesive, temporary adhesive. And when you wash your quilt, this will wash out completely cleanly, doesn't affect the fabric. But if you don't wash the quilt, this will not damage the quilt. It won't damage the fibres, okay? It can stay in long term. When you use it, try and spray the wadding rather than the fabric. So put your wadding down on your table or floor or however you do it. Put your quilt top on top and then fold back the quilt top, spray the wadding and then smooth the quilt top over the sticky wadding, okay? And when you're spraying, you need to be 15 inches from the wadding. I see a lot of people spraying like this. And I know why, because you don't want to get the spray everywhere. This is not the way to do it, okay? It may solve that issue, but the reason why you're doing this is to baste your quilt together. And to do that effectively, you need a fine mist over the whole surface. So in the spring and summer, take it outside, do it outside. If you're doing it inside, cover your table with something first. An oilcloth tablecloth, bit of plastic, whatever, or do it on a table that you can wash and wipe down. That's your 500ml can. We also have a 250ml. If you've never tried it before or you work on smaller projects, I'll use this when I'm making bags with wadding, or even as a quick way to use something like a sew-in interfacing or a sew-in Bose-Linar form. I'll use 505 spray to bond the layers together, and then I'll stitch it. £8.99 for a 250ml. Does exactly the same job. Don't do what the lady did once in my quilting class. I'd said, you know, if you want to, bring along some 505 quilt basting spray. She couldn't find that in a local DIY store. So someone in the shop had sold her a can of carpet tile adhesive. And she was about to spray her quilt with it. And I almost had to rugby tackle her to the ground. I stopped her before she did. Right, that's 505. Right, at this juncture, shall we talk? Yeah, let's talk about the machine. Let's talk about the machine. So this weekend, I've been featuring the Brother FS250 sewing machine. I know I don't have shares in Brother, but my very first computerized sewing machine was a Brother, and my current studio machine is a Brother. It is a Stellaire. It is about £9,000 worth of sewing machine, okay? Not the kind of machine I'm going to put in the back of my car and bring to workshops or to the studio. That's when I use the Brother FS250. However, when I go on the Brother FS250, I want it to sew the same as my super duper, all bells and whistles, Brother sewing machine that I have in my studio. And you know what? It does. It gives me amazing results. A really beautiful 1/4-inch seam allowance, fabulous buttonholes. You've got 250 stitches to play with. Here's the first 100, including all your utility stitches, your buttonholes. You've got your 1/4-inch patchwork stitch there. You don't need a 1/4-inch foot for this machine. You use the regular foot, what we call the zigzag foot, and you use stitch 46. And it does the most beautiful 1/4-inch seam allowance. You've got blanket stitches, decorative stitches. Then you've got another 150 stitches here, satin stitches and mirror imaged stitches here. So much to play with. If you look at the top of the machine up here, you've got 3 alphabets. 3 alphabets, a block capital, a cursive capital and an outline capital, plus all of your numbers and your punctuation. You can program in up to 50 characters, and literally to do that, you press this button here, A for alphabet. Alphabet 1, can you see it says 1 in the screen? Yeah, alphabet 1. Alphabet 2, that's the cursive. Alphabet 3 is the outline. And then this is your memory here, where starts with 0, 0. You can add things to the memory, and you can take things away. It's as simple as that. So if you wanted to type in, well, let's just think of mum, right? M is 13. So over here, there's 13, add. I've now got 1 letter in my memory. U is 21. And add. Now I've got 2 things. And then M again, 13. Oh, That was 33. Oh, what have I put? 33 is the number 2. So what am I going to do? I'm not going to start again. I'm just going to go to the minus. And if I press minus, it'll go from 3 to 2. There, now I've only got MU, yeah, and that, which is stitch 21. So I just need 13, don't I? So I'm going to go, that's 13. And now I've got mum all programmed in. So easy, so easy. You also get an extension table and a hard cover for this. You can remove the accessory box, and that leaves you with what we call the free arm. So if you're doing dressmaking, say you're turning up trousers or you're setting in sleeves, you'd use your free arm. If you're a bag maker, you're going to use that to sew around the top of your bag. Really useful. On the back, you have a little switch here. If I push this away, the feed dogs, they're the little teeth that go back and forth to pull your fabric through, are now dropped away, they're disengaged. That means that I can sew in any direction. Now, to properly sew in any direction, I need a darning foot or free motion quilting foot, and you actually get that included with this machine. You get your darning foot, you get your walking foot. Your walking foot basically is another set of feed dogs, those little teeth that carry the fabric, that sits on the top of your machine. So when you use your walking foot, you've got these little teeth, top and bottom, that grab your fabric and move it forward. Grab your fabric and move it forward. Normally, when you use the regular presser foot, you've got feed dogs going back and forth on the bottom and a foot which is constantly in pressure. That means that you can get a bit of drag, especially when you're quilting. Your walking foot will eliminate that. You also get a non-stick foot for sewing sticky fabrics and an invisible zipper foot for doing concealed zips. It's a fantastic package, it really is, and so many of you, this is your hero machine. Now, I mentioned taking it to workshops and classes. I always use it here on Sewing Street because I can just jump on it. It's got an automatic needle threader, every stitch I could possibly want. I can free motion quilt. I've got a walking foot. It does everything. Now, if this was my only machine, it's going to do everything I want. So this can be your main machine, or it can be your machine that you take to workshops and classes. It really will do both, and it's up to the job. I think this is the reason why I say if you might have a £2,000, £3,000, £5,000 machine in your sewing room. You won't want to take that out to classes and workshops. You'll want a workshop machine, but you don't want a machine that's like going back in time, or suddenly you can't do buttonholes or a 1/4 inch seam allowance because it only does 3 stitches. You want a machine that will do everything your machine at home will do. And that's your Brother FS250. Have a look, actually, and see what else you could get, sewing machine-wise, for £400. If £400 was your budget, what could you get? You can get sewing machines for £400. You can. But will you get a walking foot? No. Will you get a darning foot? Will you get 250 stitches, 3 alphabets, 8 buttonholes? No. You won't. You won't. But look, it's always good to look and confirm these things. Now, always been a fan. Do check out your baskets on that. I know I always say that, but here's the thing. At midnight tonight, that price will rise to £799. It won't go back down to £399 until it's featured on air again. Now, a lot of the time, the Brother FS250 is saved for when I'm on air. I can tell you I won't be on air again until the end of the month. Which, if you can wait that long and we've got any in stock, we'll have it back on, I've no doubt. But if you think, maybe buy it tomorrow, it'll be £799. And there's no way of me changing that, okay? Get it for £399. In fact, get it for £133, which is what you can do if you use split pay. Now, split pay is an option when you're checking out. You'll be asked, do you want split pay? If you say, yeah, and tick it, you've got it. That's it. You don't have to fill in a form. You don't have to call a call centre. You don't have to have a credit check. None of that. You just choose the option and you'll pay £133 today. You'll get your machine home 5 days a week, yeah. Next month, the second payment, the month after, the third and final. Okay, it's a way of locking in the price at £399 because, as I say, if you wait till midnight, the price will be £799. And even though it's £799 worth of machine, I don't want you to pay that. I want you to pay under £400. Right, have a think about it, and if it's the right machine for you, check out your basket. Remember, you can always get it home and try it, put it through its paces. I know you'll love it. Right, let's talk pins. These are, you know, premium pins. And I think every sewer deserves premium pins. I'm going to start with my absolute favourites and the ones I have in my workstation. These are the regular 0.6mm magic pins from Taylor Seville. This is a box of 50, £12.99. I look after these pins. If I drop one of these on the floor, I pick it straight up and put it back in the box because they are gorgeous and they are worth looking after. They're fine, they're strong, they have silicone ends to them which are really easy to grip, to put in and to pull out. Tiny pins can be ever so hard. They're also silicone so that if you want to iron over the top of the pins, you can, and it won't damage them. I mean, you don't have to put this to the test and leave a red hot iron on for 10 minutes. You can melt them if you try really hard, but ironing over the surface or pressing over the surface with the pins will not damage them, okay? You just have to be sensible about these things. But these are the ones I use. I'll be honest with you, I buy them in 100. But we don't have the 100, but we do have 50 for £12.99. Get yourself a box and see what all the fuss is about. These are applique. This is the applique version. They're much shorter. They're much shorter. I don't have many of these. These are short because for things like hand applique or even machine applique, you want short pins that are not going to get in the way of your thread and your stitching and get tangled. So short pins are where it's at. You can see here, you can pin everything down and then stitch around. I know a lot of people that say they absolutely always sew over pins. If you like really fine pins, go for these. These are the fine. So good, they named it twice. These are fine fines. Could you get thick fines? Maybe. You get 50 in the box again for £12.99. These are lovely and fine. Nice dressmaking pins. Especially if you use finer fabrics, silk, organza. If you make lingerie, you want fine pins, lace, bridal pins, that kind of thing. Lovely. It's all about quality. I understand when you're first starting out in a hobby, you've got a lot of stuff to buy. But there are some things, if you can afford to buy quality, you'll buy it once and it will last you for a very long time. I think most of us need to take a long, hard look at our pins because I am horrified by some of the pins my students bring to classes. They are thick like javelins. They are awful. Or they're those boxes of tiny little silver pins that I can barely pick up. Awful. Awful. Or glass-headed pins where the head is so big it gets in the way of everything and melts under an iron. I'd like the world to use these ones, please. You will enjoy your craft more with beautiful quality tools, and it's as simple as that. It's true. It is true. Okay, and I think, you know, when people have been in a hobby for quite a while, that is often when we start investing in higher quality tools, because we can replace them one at a time and kind of spread the cost. I get that, but if you can get them now, go for it. Okay, I'm going to grab a few patterns. We had some of my patterns on earlier on, and I'm going to grab a few of them back in. Because Levi did such a lovely job of photographing them. I'm going to grab a bag pattern, my Bloomsbury bag. I don't have a sample of this one with me today, but this is the Bloomsbury. Now, I don't know if you can see on this bag, it's a really lovely, good-sized day bag. You've got this band across the top, which has this lovely curved shape. And then this lovely profile. You've got 6 deep pleats in the front, which create this gorgeous full bag. You can get a lot in here. I made this originally with a tapestry fabric, this lovely William Morris tapestry fabric, but I've also made it in faux leather. I've also made it many times in quilt weight cotton. It's a favourite of Deputy Jones as well. I've even started to do patchwork versions. Now you can make the whole bag with 1/2 metre of fabric for the outside and 1/2 metre of lining. So if you're someone that loves to buy a little 1/2 metre here and there of lovely fabric, this is a great pattern for using it. Very easy to make, a very quick make. It has a magnetic snap inside. There's also a pattern for a purse as well. I call it the Bedford purse, which is like a smaller version, and that has a zip top as well. If you use furnishing fabric, 55 wide, you can get both bags out of 1/2 metre. Okay, so that's full instructions there. And the other thing about the Bloomsbury is that rather than being stitched right up to the top, which would mean only this is the bit that opens, you've actually got a V-shaped slit at the side. So when you open your bag, you can really open it fully and get right inside. So it's a lovely bag to make and one you'll make many, many times. Okay, let's talk about quilts. I'm going to grab Garden Maze. We saw this earlier on. We've got a few different versions of this. This is called Garden Maze. Beginner friendly, completely beginner friendly this, and so versatile. I give you full instructions for making the block, which you could use as a cushion, and full instructions for making that. And then I give you all these different configurations: a 4-block wall hanging, a 12-block quilt, a 20-block double bed quilt, a 30-block queen size quilt, a 36-block king size quilt. They all look so different. Let me show you some pictures of different quilts. This is Garden Maze, 12 blocks. This is Garden Maze, 9 blocks plus a border. This is Garden Maze, 4 blocks. So versatile. And it's quick. I can make one of those blocks in about half an hour, cut and sewn. So this is a good quick project as well, and a great way of showing off your fabric. Another favourite is Galleria. Galleria, again, I designed to show off fabric. Some fabrics are large and you want a large block to show it off in, otherwise you end up cutting into it so much it becomes unrecognisable. But some fabrics have a smaller print and you still want to show that off. So I designed this quilt to show it off. Now this is a 4-block version. This was using a V&A range of fabric inspired by porcelain. And you can see those large windows, if you like, to show off the big prints, and then the smaller windows for smaller prints. You can mix and match. I used the same pattern to make this quilt with Tilda fabric in gorgeous pinks and jades and purples. It's the same block, so different. So in that quilt pattern, you get instructions for how to make the block, All right. You also then get instructions for making up that 12-block quilt, and then further instruction for making a 4-block wall hanging. There's your 12-block quilt. Or you can make a 16-block quilt, which looks so different. It's all about how you twist and turn your blocks. It's very easy. It is a lot of fun to make, and one I think you'll go back to many times. Right, we need to talk about We Love Quilting, volumes 1, 2 and 3. I started this pattern series last year. Volume 4 will be coming out very soon. At the moment, we have Volume 1, Scrappy Quilts, Volume 2, Log Cabins, and Volume 3, which is Scrappy Stars. Let's start with Volume 1. This is where it started. So, you get 3 full quilt patterns in every edition, all right? I'm going to go straight to them. In this edition, you get Radiant Circles. This gorgeous, I made it in blues and creams. It has the illusion of curves. Can you see the curves? It's an illusion. It's all straight line quilting. Great scrappy quilt that, of course. You also get full instructions to make the bold braids quilt. This one isn't made out of blocks. This is made in strips. I used Tim Holt's darks and lights. So much fun to make. And then you also, we don't have a photo of this in the studio, but you get instructions for this one too, the Sticks and Stones quilt, which is jelly roll friendly. And then you also get pages and pages of instructions on how to use your scraps, how to tame them, how to sort them, how to cut them, and also things like how to make a pieced backing, a pieced wadding, and a scrappy binding. So you really can use up all your bits and bobs. That's Volume 1. Volume 2, I felt log cabin quilts deserved their own edition. Such a classic. We start off with lots of history. Now, I thought log cabin quilts were amongst the oldest kind of quilts, you know? Pioneers in covered wagons, making log cabin, not a bit of it. The log cabin quilt was invented during the American Civil War to hark back to those times. Around like when Abraham Lincoln, he's actually, they reckon he was one of the inspirations. His political campaign, they touted him as the log cabin candidate to bring back those sort of thoughts of when we were pioneers, when we were first here, when it was all fresh. Because it was troubled times, and we always look to the past when times are troubled. So not as old a block as I thought it was. And then you get 4 full quilt patterns actually in here. A basic log cabin, a curvy log cabin with thick and thin logs, a pineapple log cabin, and a Manx log cabin, completely unique to the Isle of Man. I'll show you those quilts. There's your fresh pineapple. It's a modern take on pineapple. There's Manx. And there's the curvy. And then the most recent We Love Quilting volume is Volume 3. That's Scrappy Stars. So you've got lots of history. You've also got some stuff about 2-colour quilts. I love a 2-colour quilt. Blue and white, red and white, yellow and white. You can do them with 2 fabrics, or you can do them in hundreds of fabrics. This is a classic 2-colour quilt, but I've used 100 different fabrics. Stars in the cabin, at least. I also teach you how to do no-tear foundation piecing. 1 foundation for the entire quilt. Scrappy Moine stars and my feathered star medallion quilt. Lots of lovely patchwork there to inspire you, I hope. Right, talking of inspiration, Carolyn Forster is back after the break with another brand new quilt. Oh, this is a stunner. Don't go anywhere.
Looking for the perfect gift for the sewing enthusiast in your life? The Sewing Street gift card is just the thing. Choose between a physical card delivered to their door or a convenient e-gift sent straight to their inbox. It's easy. Just head to the Sewing Street website, scroll to the bottom of the page, click Gift Cards, or use your smartphone, scan the QR code and go straight there. Pick the amount you'd like to load onto the card, and that's it. The Sewing Street gift card, the gift of creativity made simple.
You might need to gather your fabric either to put in a sleeve or to attach a skirt to a bodice. This is how you do it. First of all, make your stitch length as long as possible. Remember, when you sew a gathering thread, don't reverse at the beginning or end. You need a long tail in order to be able to pull up the gathering stitches. Stitch round with your long thread on your seam allowance. Don't use your scissors, again, have a long thread at the end. Then pull up your bobbin thread and your stitches will gather up to the size that you need to fit into the next pattern piece.
Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 AM till 1 PM, and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel.
Nesting seams is a really good way of getting perfectly matching seams. We use them a lot in patchwork, but they're also really good for dressmaking as well. So I've sewn these two separate pieces of fabric together and I want to join them. So what you do for nesting seams is press the seam allowances over to one side. So with this one, I'm going to press them over to the left. So you could do that from the wrong side. I also like to give it a little press from the right side, just gives it a neat finish. Now, with the other seam, I'm going to press this one over to the other side. So the seams are pressed over to that way, and then I'll give it a little press from the right side. Then you take the two seams, and because I want them to sit exactly one on top of the other, if you take the top fabric and pull it very gently, it stops. It stops just there, and that's the nesting of the seam. Because the seam allowance is higher this side on this one, and higher on this side, it makes the seam nest. So all you have to do now is pin, then sew them together.
Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with our social media pages. All the latest news, events, product launches, and much, much more. Search Sewing Street.
So good to spend Sunday morning with you. This is going to be a very busy hour and I am not going to hang about. I'm just going to mention that the bundle of fabrics on their own is about to sell out. Let's run the graphics for it really quickly. This is not the quilt kit, but this is 1/2 metre of each of these gorgeous new Carolyn, this is making me all just gooey, and it's cute. It's so cute with the little mushrooms and the little mice and the strawberries. It's adorable.
It's cuteness central.
Isn't it?
And that's why I quite liked it.
Really
I liked
love
it enough to think, isn't that cute?
Yeah, yeah,
oh,
yeah.
That's mice sweet.
Yeah.
I love the mushrooms, so yeah.
£31.94. That is amazing. That's an amazing price for 3 metres there. It's sold out.
Oh.
It's sold out.
Enjoy.
Laura, I won't mention that you weren't supposed to crash that. I won't say a word that you weren't meant to crash that, Laura. You can trust me. I tell you what I want to mention. I'm going to mention the pattern first and the template because this is going to sell out. Right. Here's the new pattern. It's for the Rose Star quilt. This is exquisite, Carolyn. Exquisite. £9.99 for the pattern. All right. You do get... This is so versatile. This is so versatile. You do get your template, but the reason why I want to mention the pattern first is that Carolyn has very, very kindly produced a rotary cuttable template, okay? And that is the thing that's going to sell out in a heartbeat, okay? Laura, can we run the graphics for this, or shall we just go on the website? If you just... No, it's the template. Yeah, I just want to show the template, because whether you're going digital or physical, I would say get your template. I've got like 100 left. Carolyn did hundreds for us, but they've flown out. All right, it's £9. It is going to make your life so much easier, Carolyn.
I know, that's why I had it. Because basically I wanted to make the quilts, this template, because there's more than one sort of quilt you can make with
Loads.
it. But I knew I wasn't going to sit and also because I'm not like that into EPP, so I didn't want to buy the papers and do things like that. So I wanted to do it on the machine, or I wanted to do it hand piecing.
Yep.
And I knew I wasn't going to be sitting there cutting stuff out with a pencil and a pair of scissors. So I basically had a template cut, and it meant I can just rotary cut in multiples.
Yeah.
And the template...
How many layers will you go through when you rotary cut?
Probably 4.
I'm
so
with
it's
you.
probably not as high as if it was just straight lines.
Yeah.
And also you can use it for the fussy cutting, so you'd just be doing single layer then.
Because, I mean, you know this already, but this white, it's not a white template, it's clear. It's a protective, sticky kind of layer that you peel off. So you can see through, it's a window.
You can see through it, and also it's got the holes drilled so that if you want to hand piece, you've got your starting and stopping points for that.
Oh, it's got the little holes drilled.
It's got holes drilled.
Fabulous,
so,
fabulous.
To help.
It is going wild for this template. This is why I wanted to mention it now, because I didn't want to get 15 minutes into the show, tell you about it, and then say, oh, it's actually sold out. And you would quite rightly say, Stuart, why didn't you tell me about the template right at the start? There you go.
Well done.
Right, so get your template. Don't be distracted. Check out your basket on that, won't you? Right, that's the physical pattern again. We've got a digital download as well, if you prefer. We've now got hundreds of people with that template in their basket. If you want the digital download, I've only got double figures, by the way, of that template. If you want the digital download, it's £9.99. You do get the template, of course. You can cut that out of template plastic. You can cut it. I like to cut them out of freezer paper, and I will iron it to a stack of 4 fabrics, and I will rotary cut around it, and then peel off and move on.
Yeah, you can use your little ruler then to protect, can't you? And then, absolutely. And if you've got a rotary cutting the round mat, then perfect setup. Yeah.
If the template sells out, you've got the paper template, and there are ways to speed it up and to rotary cut. I don't want you to think if it's the template or nothing. Okay, these are great, but if you can get the template while we've still got stock, I would do it. Let's just give you the details for that template again, just so I can tell you how many I have left. Right, okay. Everything I've got available is in baskets. Please check out your basket. It's only £9, and for the time it's going to save you, it's so worth having.
It's worth having, but as you've said, it's not the be-all and end-all, because if I always get like, oh no, some people might want it, but then they're not going to get one. You can still, when I first started doing this, the first blocks I made, I'd made my own little plastic template from template plastic because I was trying it out. I wanted to see what I felt like about it. I was making one block. So to sit there and just draw around a few, or to use your freezer paper method, is going to be absolutely perfect. Yeah. Because we'll also show you what you can do with one block. This is obviously a quilt with 6 blocks in, but you can make smaller projects with it, or you can make scrappy quilts with it, like one patch scrappy jobs. And again, just sitting there every now and again, cutting out a few is absolutely perfect.
Of course it is. I love the fact that that quilt hanging behind Carolyn is 6 blocks. That's it, 6 blocks. And it's spectacular. And also, Carolyn, I almost can't believe it. The whole quilt is made out of this one shape.
It's the wonder of a one patch.
You're not kidding. That's like a magic trick. You're going to show us how?
I'll show you how.
Well, let's have a look at the kit while you go through for that template. Don't miss out, will you? Now, if you're going for the kit, you'll get all the fabrics that you need, all right? Oh, that price is amazing, $59.99. That's including all these half meters. You get half meters of each of these. That's strawberry fabric, super, super cute. 6 different fabrics, and Carolyn will show us, but she fussy cut the centres of her blocks and they look amazing. You also get, it's not telling me how much, Laura, 1.5 meters of white solid. That's going to create such a gorgeous crisp finish. And you also get your full pattern. All of that for $59.99. It's amazing value. I'm going to have a look and see that the finished quilt is 47.5 inches by 69 inches. That's a great single bed topper or a throw quilt, lap quilt.
Yeah, it's something that if you wanted to make it bigger, you could put a border on it as well.
Easily.
And it saves you don't have to do any more piecing. But it's also, yeah, it's a really nice, again, little lap TV quilt, single bed topper quilt, big bed for a first baby quilt thing.
Yes, first big bed.
I don't know.
No. Yeah, it's beautiful. It's so lovely. That kit is proving incredibly popular. You get this brand new fabric collection here. 6 different half meters, all super cute. Carolyn, just so that people can get an idea of what these fabrics look like sewn together, you've got a few blocks, I think, haven't you?
I have. Let me
very cleverly fussy cut the pieces just for the centres. We don't have to, but when you see these blocks with the fussy cut centres, I think you'll agree it's time well spent.
You see there. So, yeah, I've made a few blocks up in the fabric. So I've just focused on the centres for the fussy cutting, but the fussy cutting works, to be honest, for me, outside at the points, when these 2 units sit together here.
Yes.
I mean, with fussy cutting, it's just the only limit is your imagination, isn't it? And my limit was obviously the middle here. So this was where I went. So I've got my little mice sitting in a circle. I've got the little ones under the, just going rotating.
Beautiful.
So I tended to use the white one in the centre because I based my quilt on an antique one that had got a white centre. Look at these little mice with their little strawberries all walking around in a circle. What else have I? Oh, the one with the leaf, little leaf from the raindrops.
It's adorable.
That's sweet. So, and you can see actually just miscellaneously, these aren't cut to fussy cut, but you could see if I had fussy cut that, you can have your little mice, you can have a whole lifestyle going on.
You really
with
could.
That and
it's not a quilt, it's a lifestyle.
It's a lifestyle, it's a whole world. It was just sweet and spring-like and
gorgeous.
And I think, yeah, if I changed the focus, I'd have used the mushrooms.
Yes.
Because I do like the mushrooms. That is one of my favourite prints.
It's really whimsical, isn't it, this collection?
Yeah.
There's over 40 of you with this kit in your baskets. I have just over 20 kits left, I'm afraid. So that's why I'm mentioning checking out your baskets quite a lot, because some of you will miss out. But right now, any of you with this in your basket can get the kit. If you leave it any more than a few minutes, you will miss out on it. It's going to sell out, there's no doubt about it. The mega bundle of fabrics, that I'm assuming has already sold out. Yeah, that has gone. So really, and such great value, essentially £50 for all of your fabrics to make that quilt, plus your $9.99 pattern, $59.99. I mean, that is stonkingly good value.
That is, I'm just like, I no words there. I never know what the pricing is, you know, I'll just make the quilt. But yeah, I'm just like, well, that's pretty good going, isn't it?
You know, when we make our kits, it's literally the price of the fabric and the price of the pattern.
Yeah, so it's cool.
That's your cost, you know. Where some companies might charge you for cutting the fabric up and making it or putting it in a box, things like that. Now, we've had a question just in my ear. How do I get in touch with Sewing Street? I've clicked the wrong box. I've checked. What do I do? Call our call centre, 0800 001 4433. They're 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, here upstairs. Give them a call. They are wonderful people and they will help you. If you want to do that to order your kit, you can, but don't hang about because I've got single figures left now. 7 kits left. 7 kits left. Remember, you do get your pattern. You don't get the template. If you want the template, we'll have a look in a second, see if we've got any of those available. We've got 20 templates left. 5 kits left. 12 templates left now.
Oh, I don't think I was made for TV sales.
It's very exciting, isn't it? And thrilling.
It worries me, the people who aren't going to get something.
Is it like watching Speed? I find some TV shows. I can't watch Who Wants to Be a Millionaire. It makes my heart physically race, and I can't watch it.
Is that what?
I find it too tense. Because I don't like gambling. I think that's what it is. And it is people gambling with money. And normal game shows I love, but that I just, no, I can't watch it. 3 templates left now, 2 templates left.
Oh.
It's fabulous. Carolyn, it's gone. Right, You've inspired us so much.
I can go now.
The kit, anything left of the kit? I think the kit will have sold out too. Do we? Oh, there's 30 kits in baskets. There's 4 kits left. There's 4 kits left. Can I have the usual scoreboard up, please? Not that one. I don't like that one. Yes, don't do that. That's right, 2 kits left.
Shall we auction off the samples?
No, they're for me. Mine. Now, I'm going to leave this... in fact, I'm going to grab the original bundle. That kit's now sold out. Well done if you got yours. I'm going to get the original bundle back. Not that we have it, we don't. But the reason why is because I'm going to show you the complementary solids bundle, because it is a doozy. It is beautiful, and it goes so well with these fabrics. Okay, look at that for a beautiful matte.
I'm just going to say right off the bat here that if I'd have had those solids, I would have made the whole quilt out of the solids.
I was thinking the same.
Because it would have a massive contemporary look.
Wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Wouldn't it?
But they didn't send me the solids. I just
no.
How? I would just do the whole thing in the solids. I find that, yeah.
Would you combine the solids and the prints in one quilt?
Yes, I would as well. To be honest, I'm not that confident doing that.
Okay.
So I don't know, I'm just never that confident. But I would, if I had the solids and combined them with here, it would be to probably replace certain elements.
Yes.
You know, again, actually things that I would fussy cut but don't want a fussy cut. It's because they're more prominent or they just make more of a statement piece.
Yeah.
So for me, I think because it would take more brain power.
I get that. It's a very honest answer.
Yeah, I have to think about that. And I know, and I think a lot of people who know the quilts that I make know that I tend to not. And if I have, I'm like wildly excited because like, look at that, I've achieved that look. But that's why if I had those, as much as they do go beautifully with the original prints, I would actually see that as a really funky, really contemporary version.
Fabulous,
of what we've made here.
Really gorgeous, really gorgeous. I've got one bundle left. One bundle left. The template is sold out, the kits have sold out, the mega bundle has sold out.
Well, that's that then.
It's just the instructions, basically.
Might have
41 minutes.
Might have to show people how to make
No,
a
because
block.
we've got lovely demo. We've got lovely demo. It's all about demo. Okay, right, I'm going to put this away. I have got things like some wadding. I've got some nice backing fabrics as well. I'm only going to mention one backing fabric at this juncture because I think it's really lovely and it would go so well. The colour green is perfect. And this has been ever such a popular. Look, if I put the greens there and even that green solid for a second, I mean, look how beautifully they go. So this is our. It's 108 inches wide, so fabulous value. Now, here's the thing. The finished quilt is 47.5 by 69. Now, because this is 108 inch wide, that takes care of our 69. So we only need 47.5 inches, which is basically 1.5 metres.
Yes, it
So
is.
1.5 metres of this, 3 units, that's all you need. 3 units of this to back your quilt.
And I love the mossiness of that.
Isn't it?
Yeah, nice. Very
Mossiness, I love that.
nice. Mossiness.
Right, I just wanted to mention that at this juncture. Right, can we go to demo, please, Carol?
Yes, that's fine. This is where we're testing the boundaries of my on TV demoing with the possible use of the sewing machine
Yay!
here and the iron.
I'm here for you.
But I might be ably assisted with the
Oh,
iron.
if you want, yeah,
Might be
do you want me to come
no,
over?
not yet, not yet. Don't, no, leave me to my own carnage. Okay, so with our stitching our quilt, getting things cut, it seems like, oh, okay, so we've got this kite-shaped template. I'm using this green one with the green sticky on because it shows up better here for you guys. When you're fussy cutting, I'm sort of trying not to teach grandmothers to suck eggs, but basically you're picking your shape, you're deciding what you like, which mouse, which toadstool, which flowers, which position, and you're cutting them individually. And you can cut them with the rotary cutter, or you can pencil and then scissor cut. But with the fussy cutting, it's all about the accuracy because you want that repeat shape to inform the design. With the rest of the shapes, you really, for me, I just want to cut as many as I can, sort of as fast as I can. So I get my template and I've measured how high it is. So from here to here. And the measurements are in the pattern. I think it's 3 5/8, which seems a bit like, oh my goodness, eighths. But actually, if you cut it bigger, it's not really going to matter.
Sure.
So we're going to cut a strip of fabric because you can cut these from a strip. And in that way, you actually are very economical with the fabric because it is quite, obviously it's a strange shape. It's not our usual squares and rectangles. So place your template on your strip of fabric. You can have a couple of strips. I start at the selvage end with the straight end of the template. Now, this is all in the instructions. Because I think, you know, it's useful stuff.
For sure.
So, and then with your rotary cutter, you cut one, and then I actually will lift this up because that's a bit of a cat-handed angle. And there you have a shape. Now, your next shape
Look at that.
fits in the same strip. So you're trying to not have, you know, loads of bits left over. Excuse this angle. So that's my next shape. And now I'm back to my end. So the template itself is only ever sitting on the strip in 2 positions. And that means that the wastage is as minimal as I can get it.
Very minimal.
Very minimal. Now, I start cutting at the selvage end of the fabric. And it does mean that often, depending on the widths of the fabrics that you're using, by the time you get to where the fold is here, there isn't enough room to cut double, but you'll probably find if you open it out and give it a press, you'll get in effect, a bonus shape. So do be aware of that. If you've got, you don't always have to be cutting them double. And I am trying, you know, for you to cut them as economical as possible. So basically, if I just pop those back together, you know, you're looking, that's your strip. And so there's very little wastage. So don't feel that even though it's a weird shape, that you're going to waste anything.
Sure.
Okay, so that's your cutting. It'll tell you in the pattern how many pieces you need to cut. The white for the background of the blocks is the biggest amount. And to be honest, I cut that first because all the blocks need the white fabric. And it's good practice, and there's lots of it, so you can sort of tick that box. So what you're aiming for really is I just cut a lot of strips and a lot of shapes. So I end up, so these are the ones that I'm not fussy cutting. I just end up with, in effect, a selection then that I can play with in making my blocks. Now what you'll find is that all the pattern, I lay mine out as a half of a block first. Now I haven't actually got any white.
Just to think back to the block for a second.
Yeah.
This isn't a square block, is it?
No, it's a hexagon.
It's a hexagon.
So if you start, and you've got diagrams in all the patterns, so you can see what the pieces are. So this is my centre of my block. So I would then think, right, well, I've got the other side, but if you lay out the whole block, and it's just a duplicate, so I lay out half of it, but put double the amount of pieces down, because then I've got everything ready for when I want to stitch.
Understood. And why wouldn't you piece these as whole hexagons, or does that come later?
It sort of will semi-come later. Okay. With this design, you're actually making triangles first.
Okay.
So this is a block that's already at the triangle stage.
Oh,
Okay.
I see. Okay.
So what I end up with, and you'll see briefly in a minute, is 3 sets. So actually, based on that, if I put these here,
oh, yes.
So that's my centre. So these are sewn together, but this is how I lay it out when I'm working on that. Then these go here. Okay. And then these blocks, these I know are my outside edges because they've got the white fabric. And you can see how they slot in. So to every hexagon that you make, there's only 3 component parts. There's only 3 sets of triangles that you're going to be stitching.
It's amazing, really, because when you look at the whole quilt, it looks very complicated from a colouring point of view, but it actually isn't.
It is. It's very logical.
You have to think about it.
In that, yeah, there's only, for me, these 3 sets of triangles to make. And I don't really think about the triangles as I'm laying it out. You're thinking about, oh, you know, where are my fabrics and what's framing the centre, what's the next circuit, you know, where do you want your fabrics? But when you then, in effect, you know, boil it down after that, to get it together, all your piecing, you're going to have to do set-in seams. So I'm going to talk to you about that and show you, hey-ho, on the sewing machine, because I've machine pieced all of these. Equally, you can hand piece it. And if you wanted to hand piece all the kites into the triangles, you can, because there's nothing actually then to stop you, because you've only got straight lines after that. So there's nothing to stop you then doing those on the sewing machine.
So hand piece some, machine piece other.
Yeah.
I love that, yeah. I'm all for that.
So, you know, whatever your comfort zone is or whatever you want to stretch yourself with. Now, what I would actually do, let's get rid of that, is you can see these are in sets. The first set that I usually sew is going to be the outside edges. So it's going to be the 2 white and the 1 kite, a coloured kite there. And that's because, I don't know, call me paranoid or what, but they're on the outside edges of the block. And when you look at a block, people tend to focus on what's happening in the centre, especially as with Fussy cut. So I like to think that by the time I get to sewing the blocks that are in the centre, You've nailed it. Yeah, I'm there. Whereas if I start with the ones in the centre, even though it's all exactly the same process, I do feel any hiccups I might make or mistakes, it's on the outside edge ones.
That makes sense.
I don't know.
That makes sense.
So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to show you what we do to sew those together.
Yeah,
So.
way too much is made of Y seams.
Yeah.
They are, you know, it's like when people talk about working with fabric that's been cut on the bias. It's like it's deliberately trying to trip you up. There's nothing difficult about sewing a Y seam.
There is nothing difficult about sewing a Y seam, especially on the machine. If you've got your 1/4 inch foot, we've got this one set up with the regular foot on the 1/4 inch setting.
Yes.
That you showed me earlier.
I'm going to just come and check it's
Yeah, come
correct.
and check. Please come and check. I think I've...
Only because I don't want to set you right. Yep, so we just need on stitch 46. So now the distance from the needle to the right-hand side of the foot is 1/4 inch.
Good.
Awesome.
Thank you.
Pleasure.
You need a sparkly outfit on. Where's your sparkly outfit?
What is your glamorous assistant?
My glamorous assistant.
Yeah, I'll take that.
Right, so what we're going to do now is, in fact, I've just tidied myself up, is if you want extra insurance for machine piecing, when you put your 2 pieces together, we're basically going to be stitching this seam here, but we're not going to be stitching all the way to the top where the Y
Just
is.
give us 1 second. Can we just see that overhead, please? I just want everyone to see. So do you mind just showing us again where we're stitching
What
from?
we're going to stitch is along here.
Yeah.
So we're going to stitch these 2 pieces together. But although we can start on the raw edge here, we need to stop before the raw edge at the Y, at the junction. Now, if you want extra help there, you can use your template, pop it on, and then just with a pencil, make a pencil dot.
Yep.
And that's going to help you. You might have a sewing machine which has got the 1/4 inch foot and markings on, but it's still, sometimes it's sort of a bit of insurance to have a dot.
Just show you as well, you've also got those dots on your paper template that's included in your pattern as well. So you can use a little hole punch to punch those out just to give yourself an approximate dot as well.
I've also used an awl.
Yes.
Clover, I don't know if I can say clover do one, but it just gives a really accurate, nice, small hole, and it's the size you can stick a pencil through.
Yeah.
So when we're stitching, I'm going to start at the outside edge and go towards where I want to stop. So I might have to stand down just a sec.
Yeah. Stand down.
Stand down, up and down. I'll have one leg shorter than the other in a minute. Right, so you're starting on the raw edge. I mean, to be honest, if I can do it on here, standing up, everyone, on a machine that I've never used before, well, this fingers crossed, you should be able to do this easily at home on your machine that you know. So we're going for it.
Oh, do you know what? I put the feed dogs down, sorry. Do you know?
Do you know?
Blame me, blame me.
Where's
There we
good
go.
help when you need it?
I'm right here,
You're right
Karen,
here.
I'm right here.
Right, I'm gonna...
Oh, hello.
Oh, that's something else that's fell out. Right, brilliant. Okay, off we go. Here we are, perfect. So we're going to stitch along, and if you've got your dot there, you'll know where to stop because you'll have a dot. So, needle up. Has it got a thread cutter?
No, just on the side of the machine.
Okay, super dupe, that's good enough. So you can see here we've stopped before the raw edge. So if you decide, depending on the length of your stitch, that you've gone too far, it's never a bad thing because you can pull the stitches out. I always think the problem is if you don't go far enough, you're leaving yourself a hole.
A gap, yeah.
Yeah, so once you've done that, you need to press it. So pressing
Now then,
I have to press it on.
Yes, this threw me completely.
Here I am. I should have been.
Do you want them
prepped.
open?
Just that one. I'm only going to do one. Yeah, we're going to press these seams open. So, although sometimes, like earlier on, I talked about with the 9 patch, oh yeah, you could press all your seams open. That will help. Might help, but you have to pin more. And so it's sort of like a you could, you couldn't. With this seam, with this set-in seam, these Y seams, you have to press this open because this is going to allow the next piece of fabric that's inserted to pivot. Thank you.
There you go, miss.
Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you.
I'm going to stick around because I'm sure I'll be needed
I don't know, that might... Yeah, there's only one more bit of pressing. When you do this now, you could either put this on top and hope that when you get to the corner here, you're in the centre of the seam underneath. But given that we could do it the other way round, that's what we do. So the smallest piece is underneath, this is on top, and we stitch, let's get those threads out of the way, until our needle is going down in that open seam. And that's how we know we've reached the corner, and that's when we're going to pivot under the machine.
Great.
So
right from the raw edge to that.
Yeah, we can go right from the raw edge, and when we come out the other side, we'll be coming out to the raw edge. The only time that we're stopping is when we're doing that gap, so that we've got a pivot point. So here we go, sewing on one leg, standing up.
It's brilliant. Testing your balance as much as you're sewing.
That's why I go to Pilates.
There you go, we love Pilates.
Helen will be proud of me.
Yeah.
Right, here we go. So we're coming up, and there we go. The needle has gone down, and this is good actually because this was in the down position. So if you've got a machine that has this up and down-ness, you can leave the needle down when it stops. That works well because now you don't have to adjust anything. You lift the foot up, and you can see, can you see how it's
held?
It's there, it's pinned in place. And you just move all the white fabric that's on top round so that the next set of raw edges matches up. Then you can put the foot down and you can get going.
And you're just sewing out to the raw edge now?
Out to the raw edge and hoping for the best. Oh, I don't know. She says. And so what you then have...
Do you want me to press it?
We're going to have a press this is all upright. What you need to do, and it won't matter on the first block, but it matters on subsequent blocks, you need to press them in the exact same direction. So I'm going to press this one up and that one down.
Yep, that makes sense.
You could press it the other way round, but it has to be the same on all the triangles. And habitually, I've been going up and down like this one.
Do that for you.
Thank you. Phew, that was the machining.
Easy.
I live to live another day.
Easy. This is what I mean about, I bet you've got a super duper gorgeous top of the range sewing machine at home.
Haven't actually.
Haven't you?
No. And the one I teach with hasn't got an automatic up and down, so I'm used to doing it on the wheel at the side.
I noticed that.
So,
well,
yeah,
that
it's
is
just what you get used
perfection. Look at that.
Oh,
that is
perfect
perfection.
pressing. Well done. Thank you, Stuart.
You're very
Yay.
welcome.
And setting the machine up for me. And setting the machine up for me. So basically, this is what you're doing. You're making these units, and they get pressed as so. What happens next is, I've got it now sort of in step outs. There's a block here that it's in stages. This is basically the next thing we can see. So what you'll find is this was my centre for my block, and you're going to be sewing one centre to one outside, next level, outside edge. So we're going to be sewing these. And you're going to be sewing 6 of those. So that's just a straight line seam, right sides together, raw edge to raw edge. And it'll tell you about the pressing in the instructions, because the pressing now of these straight seams is quite important, because if we press correctly, everything will interlock when it all gets put together.
Can I just backtrack for 1 second?
Yes, do.
You mentioned earlier on that we could do a combination of a bit of hand sewing and some machine sewing. The bit that you've just done on the machine, the sewing of the 3 kites together to make a triangle, that is the bit that you could do easily by hand.
You could do it by hand.
And then from there on in, go machine.
Yes, and if you want, I don't know what the time frame's like, but I can sew one together by hand if you want. That's up to you.
Well, we've got 20 minutes. Yes, yes. If you're happy to,
no,
it'd be
I'm
lovely.
fine.
I mean, I do just need to mention as well, while you get set up for that, let me just really quickly mention that the beautiful fabric collection that we're using is available by the half metre. Is it? 4 of them are available. Which ones are not? Yep. Cream mice have gone and the green mice have gone. Right, so if I'm just going to show you the 4 fabrics that we've got. So we've got strawberries, we've got the mushrooms, we've got the fungi, and we've got the geese. These 4 fabrics are all available by the half metre. So if you're thinking, I'm going to make the quilt, but I want it bigger, so I'm going to do a border. Carolyn said you could put a border around the edge. So you could pick your fabric and put a border around it. Out of all these 4 fabrics, Carolyn, which one would you pick for the border? Strawberries, fungi on blue, little mushrooms and wildflowers, or geese?
I'm going to say the fungi on blue.
I knew it. I knew it.
My favourite.
And if you wanted to put, say, like a 6-inch border all the way around, 1.5 metres?
Metre and, maths. That's 1 width, 2 widths. Well, you need 2, 4, 6. You need at least 6.5 inches.
36,
it's
so 1
36,
metre.
so a metre minimum. So if you have a metre and a half, because then you could bind it with it as well, because that would be a really nice clean finish.
Brilliant, yeah. So the details on screen are for the geese in blue, not the mushrooms. So that's the geese, that's the details on screen. There's 3 metres left. So that would be enough for 2 customers. The mushrooms on blue, fungi. There's 1/2 metre left of that one.
Sorry.
Well, you could put a 2-inch border. You could do something.
Yes. Use the strawberries. Use the strawberries.
1/2 metre left of that one. Yeah, well, I'd pick the strawberries personally. But
would
yeah.
you?
There's the little mushrooms on green. Got 2 metres left of that one. So that's enough for 1 customer, possibly 2. If you go 1 metre, you just about get it out.
Well, it doesn't have to be a 6-inch board.
No, it doesn't.
2
4
inches is a bit, 4 is like a happy medium, isn't it? So.
Yeah. And then the strawberries, you see, that's just got to be your jam pot covers anyway.
Yeah, it's lovely.
There's 3 metres of that
And
one.
that would be nice border, really nice.
Yeah, just quickly mention the other extra wides. Well, you see, personally, I'm not sure.
I think the grey, the neutrally marbly one.
Grey.
I mean,
We'll mention
that's
that.
like a go with
True enough.
everything, really.
Yeah, true
for
enough.
Me. It's
True
like a
enough.
lovely neutral. So.
The others are on the website. I'm not sure the colours necessarily go, but they're all lovely fabrics. This is the Convolution Swirls in grey. This is 108 wide, so just 1.5 metres is all you need for this. 3 units. Lovely. Thanks, Carolyn. Back to you.
Oh, back to me. Okay, so we're going to be looking at if you wanted to hand piece those set-in seams. So to do that, what I've got laid out here is I've set out my 2 white pieces. Again, you're still going to be sewing those 2 white pieces together. With hand piecing, you don't sew from raw edge to raw edge anyway, so you'll start at the dot that you can have put in from your template, and you'll finish at your dot. So I've just pinned that here, and then remembered to bring my thimbles, but then got too excited to put them on, because I must admit I do have to wear thimbles. And you're basically just starting with a knot and a back stitch where that dot is. I've used a contrasting thread here because it's easier for you guys to see.
Yes, thank you.
But you'd probably be using like an off-white or a cream. I'd probably use cream for this quilt because it acts like a shadow. And you're just running stitch. It's not a very long seam. So where I've got this pin in the middle, as I take that out, this is when I will do a back stitch.
Oh, okay. How often would you do a back stitch?
Usually every inch or so, but also because of the way I hand piece, you do get into a rhythm of gathering the stitches onto the needle. And sometimes if I've got 3 or 4 stitches, then because I've brought the needle out, I just do the back stitch then. But that's all that's needed. But it is going to give your seam a nice tension, so it's not all going to gather up.
You can see a 1/4 of an inch by eye. For the rest of us, we could just draw a line.
You can draw a line, and also because on your template or the one you can make from the pattern, it's got the dots on here. So you can use those. So you've got your dots. So all I would do is draw my dots and then use the straight edge of the template to draw a line between the dots.
Yeah.
And you only need that sewing line on the side that's facing you. Because the pieces are both the identical size.
Of course,
You don't have to match any lines up, which we often do in hand piecing, depending. But this has got the seam allowance included, so we don't need to. So I'm going to finish, there you go, thread's just knotted itself, with a back stitch here. So this is the end of that vertical seam, or that one seam. And I finish with a couple of back stitches. So you're just going back, like reversing. You then need to decide that I've not brought my scissors in with me. That's a bit cat-handed. And this is what we did on the machine. That seam's in. We can now.
So no pressing required at this stage.
Not with this, not with the hand piecing. Also, if you do hand piece, you're going to press slightly differently. It'll still be a consistent thing. That it has to be all the same.
Are you going to swirl them?
We're going to swirl them. Yeah, we're going to press them like a windmill. So thread, pins. In fact, use your needle that's threaded as your first pin, because that saves time and effort. Pin along to where you finish stitching.
I think so many people, Carolyn, think that hand piecing means EPP, and it's not the only option. This is a lovely way to make quilts, isn't it?
I mean, it is. It's the way I would habitually use when I do occasionally do EPP. It has to be very specific and for a very specific reason. But all the quilts that I hand piece and the classes and the books and stuff, it's all like this. It's just you, the fabric, thread and a needle. There's nothing else in the way. There's nothing else there. And because we're hand piecing, I can actually pin all the way round to complete the shape.
Look at that. Are those clover applique pins that you're using?
They are, yeah. I find them perfect for hand piecing.
I was just going to say, earlier on in the last hour, we had the yellow-tipped June Taylor applique pins. They're the same. It's that short pin. That are just lovely. They're sold as applique pins, but they're just a really short pin.
It sort of means that nothing, for me, I do use some of the piecing pins, the really fine ones, but I must admit most of the time, all the time, I will use these because there's nothing to catch on anything. There's nothing unwieldy getting in the way. So now I can start sewing where my needle is and just running along, going freestyle here without any
I
thimbles.
say, where are your thimbles, young lady?
I get really, yeah, it's just like I habitually use them. And then on here, I'm just like,
Freestyle.
oh no, freestyle.
That's where you're doing your little back stitch in the centre.
Yeah, there we go, when that needle came out. Right, and we're approaching our junction now. So this is where our pin is. So I'm just going to do a back stitch because that's the end of that line of stitching. Now, I want to be stitching over here. So we'll poke the needle where I finished through to the back. And we're going to come up just ahead of where I want to start. So I'm not actually coming up where I want to start. I'm coming up just ahead because I'm then going to do a back stitch.
Understood.
And that gives you a nice secure point at the junction.
Yeah.
And then we'll whiz along here because then we can see what it looks like.
So you see, this is really making me think now that making this quilt is something I would split apart into my sitting down, taking some time out, sewing together the triangles.
Yeah.
And then a bit more sociable as well.
We can take it anywhere.
Take it anywhere.
Yeah.
And then actually when I've got a bit of time to myself and I can get the machine out, I will whiz these triangles together.
Yeah.
And you've really sold that to me.
You really, I mean,
it.
you really can, what do they, have your cake and eat it.
Yeah.
You can do what you want and what makes it easier for you. So
Would you, like, not always, but is that your preferred method, the hand piecing?
it really depends. If I wanted a project, I mean, I know I make these on the machine. And but if I thought, oh, I desperately want to make this and I'm away or I'm not at home, because you can only make things on the machine when you're at the machine.
Yeah, true
So
enough.
if it was like I was travelling or visiting weekends or what have you, and I wanted some stitching, I'd be like, right, here's my heap of ones that I've cut. I can perhaps lay a few out, plan a few out and take photos and then just dump all the kites back in a bag and check my photo for what I needed, or you can use your quilting clips that I'd got here somewhere. You know, like clips to hold everything together in sections. And then when you come back from wherever you've been, you'll have, pull my iron up, you'll have all your triangles ready to zip it together on the machine. So with this one, what we're going to do is we're going to press as a windmill. Okay.
Oh, that's very satisfying
Nice,
in the
isn't
centre.
it? There you go. I'll let
Three
you do that.
little diamonds.
Yeah.
I like that.
So yeah, you get all those.
This this mini iron from Aliso is a bit of kit. Absolutely beautiful. And if you want a gorgeous quality iron. Actually, you know what? I use my big iron, my laundry iron, for ironing yardage. Everything else is this. I've never had one of those mini irons. I don't like burning myself. So I always use this.
I do find, I've got one of these, and I do find the weight of it is really satisfying. You don't feel that it's precarious.
No, it feels like a proper iron in your hand.
But it's really easy to, I take mine on classes, again, with the wool mat, and I
do like the light.
Once I got the hang of it, knowing that it's basically switching itself on. But yeah, the headlight.
The headlight, for sure. Because so often, I mean, well, I live in an old cottage as well. So, you know what I mean? The light isn't always the best everywhere.
So you know what you're doing with that. You're there with it. So, yeah, it's cool.
That is beautiful.
Well done. Thank you.
No, I mean, it's your piecing, but that is absolutely gorgeous, isn't it?
So, yeah, but there's a few little seams, so you can take that anywhere. And look how satisfying that is on the back.
Beautifully satisfying.
That's satisfying.
I even enjoyed pressing that.
Sad, isn't it? It's so sad.
Cheers.
Having a little moment here.
A little bit. But I did. Well, the thing is, I say to everybody, you have to enjoy this hobby. You have got to find a way to love every process. Because there is a lot of ironing, there is a lot of cutting. And even if it means putting on your favourite music, you've got to find a way to enjoy it. Because if you do it clenching your teeth, you'll do it wrong.
But you should enjoy all of it. Or
Yeah.
if there are things that you don't enjoy, then, yeah, find a way.
Hire staff.
That's it, find
Carolyn.
a way. Yeah,
Hire staff.
thank you.
The instructions are on the screen. This is the physical instructions for Carolyn Forster's Rose Star quilt. Everything else is sold out. Everything else has sold out. All the individual fabrics, all the bundles, the mega bundle, a template. Oh, see, I want to do the king-sized version of that.
You could just keep growing it, because...
Spectacular, spectacular. And whether you love repro, Civil War, 1930s, you might love Tula Pink, you might love K Facet, this is going to work any fabric.
And also we can show them the scrappy ones.
Which we must absolutely do. That's your physical. We've got a digital version as well. Remember, you get your template. Now, it's really important, isn't it, Carolyn, if you're using the digital version, to take note here.
Take note of the size box. Although, really, if you accidentally printed them a different size, you're just going to get a quilt a different size.
Okay. As long as it doesn't skew.
As long as it doesn't skew, but yeah, look at your 1-inch blocks and measure it on all sides. But yeah, do check that because, really important.
Yeah, print actual size.
Yeah.
Don't skew to fit.
And measure that box.
Measure that box.
Because I still, even though I'm being told, like, when I've printed stuff at home, oh, yeah, it's fine. Look, I've done it at the right, pressed all the right buttons. I'm just like, no, I need to measure my box. If I haven't measured my box,
Carolyn, it's happened so many times. We've printed like 85 of a set of instructions, and I've measured it, and it's like, it's wrong, it's wrong.
It's wrong.
Note paper.
Measure your box.
Now, what were we going to... Oh, yes. Vintage quilts.
Vintage quilts. OK,
let me come over and I'll help you hold.
Let's do vintage quilts.
Going to get rid of this iron.
We could get rid of stuff, and then I'll show later on how... Oh, look, complete clear out here.
Because this is more reasons to buy the pattern.
It's like tidy up and go home now.
Physical or digital.
Right. So we have...
That's all. This is what it's like being 6 foot, isn't it?
I don't know, I need a bigger step for that. Right, so quilt show and tell time.
Yeah.
So that was the original.
Let's look at the original first, because this is divine.
So it's a 1930s, this is a 1930s one, it's a 1930s pattern. But you can sort of see where I got the, you know, basically, but like the colouring. And the fact, you see this in lots of different versions. I've made this in lots of different fabric combinations. It was in my Hexagon Happenings book too. But this, you should put white in the centre of this. And so that's why in that one and the one I did for us here, I went with a paler centre. Just because I quite like the openness, the freshness.
It's so interesting, the different effects. Some look like snowflakes, some look like stars.
And then some of the fabrics have really faded, so they look washed out. Like this one's nearly gone, colour-wise. Yeah, so it's all...
Oh, gorgeous.
This one is a smaller template size, but I needed mine to grow quicker.
Yeah. No, I get that. I get that. And we're quilting in the real world.
I know, it needs to grow.
Let me pop these over here for a second.
On that side.
We've got 2 minutes left to see everything.
Oh, okay.
Let's do it.
Quick, 2 minutes.
So this is done. This is another original.
Well, this is another vintage one, but this is basically all over the place. But if you look at this, you can build this in rows. Okay, so you only have to make the triangles for this. You never have to make a hexagon. You can see the triangles, but if you build this in rows, then it's just all straight line stitching.
Yeah.
And it's really scrappy.
You set it all out in the pattern for us, don't you?
Not that, there's a picture of that,
Sorry,
I think.
yeah. I mean this, you show us how to sew in rows. See, one block on its own, there's your Christmas table topper, or your autumn table topper.
Or summer or spring, or baby shower. Or... It's just really sweet, because you're going to have like your little flowers in the middle, or a little candle, or...
Could even cut, bind, and have it as your tree skirt.
Yes,
couldn't you, for a small...
little tree.
Lovely. Then this one I absolutely love. This is going super scrappy. This is a modern one. You made this, didn't you?
This is mine. This is just super scrappy. There are elements in this, if you look carefully, I think actually there's one over by you there, Stuart, where I've actually planned it so that it's got a hexagon type shape, but I've only done them very occasionally. So basically this is just rows and rows and rows, and in fact this is vertical, these rows here, of just everything and anything. Yeah. And that's it. There's another one there that works.
But one of the things I particularly like about quilts like this is your brain works in a very interesting way. It looks for patterns and it joins up where it can. So you start to see things that were never intended, but they're there.
Yeah, so occasionally some of them are planned, like this one, but then when I look, when you said about focusing, I then focus on the larger hexagon, which was completely unplanned because all I was bothered about was whether these would come together.
So cool.
So yeah, you can just play forever.
Keep going through for your pattern. So much fun. Carolyn, it's been a joy as always.
Thank you.
It's been a wild hour.
Wow, the machine, the ironing, the cutting, I've ticked all the boxes.
Done it all. But I'm not finished, even though this one is, because after the break, we've got Dewey Jumbo, we've got spring sale on tools, so please don't go anywhere. I'll see you after the break.
Let's talk about quilt blocks. Quilt blocks are like building blocks. They come in all sorts of patterns and sizes and are pieced together to create a larger quilt top. In sewing, a quilt block is a single section of a quilt design, often made up of smaller shapes like squares, triangles or strips. That's quilt blocks, the foundation of every beautiful quilt. Missed a show on Sewing Street? Don't worry, you can catch up on all the action from the past week on our website. Just head over to sewingstreet.com and go to TV Guide and pick a day, then a show up to 7 days back from the Today tab. Looking for something older? Check out the Sewing Street YouTube page, where you'll find our full archive of shows anytime, anywhere. Stay inspired and keep sewing with Sewing Street.
Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with our social media pages. All the latest news, events, product launches and much, much more. Search Sewing Street.
Subcutting is a really useful technique that we use in patchwork for cutting one piece of fabric into strips and then subcutting them into smaller strips. It makes the whole patchwork process quicker and easier, and I'm going to show you how to do it. So if you want to cut a piece of fabric into strips and you want to use the whole width of fabric, fold it in half to start with and then have the top fold level with one of the lines on your cutting mat. You can then trim it to start with because this is nice and level. So I'm just going to line up one of the lines on the ruler so I know that this is at right angles. Then using your rotary cutter, just cut all the way along the line. You can discard that piece, you don't need that. Now I'm going to cut it, say I want to cut it into 2-inch strips. If it says in your pattern cut 2-inch times width of fabric, line the 2-inch mark up on your ruler and then cut it, and there's a nice 2-inch strip. Now with subcutting, you want to cut this strip into smaller pieces. So 2 ways of doing this: line up the strip on one of the straight lines and say I want to cut it into 2-inch squares. Again, I'm going to trim the end off just so I've got a nice right angle, and then lining up the 2-inch mark, I'm going to subcut into 2-inch squares. So you can work 2 inches. If you then put the 4-inch mark, make sure you keep the lines on the top of your ruler parallel. So I've now subcut one strip into smaller pieces. If you want to subcut more than one strip, you can do this all together. 2 ways: you can either lay them on your cutting mat like this, one on top of the other, making sure they're nice and level, or if you've got more than 2, because I wouldn't cut through more than this number of layers together, put one below the other. Just make sure that they're all nice and straight and even. You can put them in a row like this, So I can now cut 1, 2, 3, 4 strips at the same time. Again, trim off the end, making sure it's nice and level. Discard those pieces. And if I wanted to cut them in maybe into 4-inch pieces, so I've got 2 by 4 inches, I can cut through all those 3 layers in one go and then carry on. And I've got now accurately subcut pieces from one larger piece of fabric.
Hi everybody, welcome back to our final hour on Sewing Street. And we've got Julie from Julie Jumbo. Hello.
Hi, Stuart.
How are you?
I'm fine, thank you.
Excellent.
Yeah, very
Good to
well.
see
yeah,
you.
Excited to show the new things.
Everything's new, apart from a few old
Just
favourites.
a little few, yeah, what we always sell out of.
A few old favourites.
Yeah.
What you're wearing is absolutely gorgeous.
Yes. It's so lightweight, yeah.
It's
Turns
very
from a
clever
scarf
design.
into this, yes. But it's so easy.
So tell me how it starts.
So it starts off as a scarf,
Yep.
which you can wear it as a scarf.
Yep.
And then you take it, open it out, pop your arms in here.
So if I open that up,
Yeah.
so you put your, so there's your sleeve.
There's your sleeve.
Shall I? Will it fit me?
Yeah, it should do.
Yeah.
Because it's really stretchy.
Great.
Yeah.
And then arm goes through there. This is the buttermilk that I'm wearing.
And
And
then-
you're wearing the Lagoon. Oh, it's fab. Now, spring, summer, this is when you need that little cover-up
Yeah,
for your arms.
you do.
Because, God, it looks like I've been working out. Look at those biceps. Hello, look at that. The guns
So
are out.
warm as well.
This is fab. This is fab.
I just think it's just be good for ladies that want to just pop it in the handbag. You know, you can stretch it out. Look at
Yep.
all the stretch. You can stretch it out if you want.
Yep.
But the beauty of it is when you take it off, like I'll take it off, I give it a pull like that, and then
Yep.
it can just turn into a scarf again.
Just wear it like a scarf.
Yeah.
It's like magic.
This yarn
like-
is amazing. It just shrinks back again. It's just lovely.
It's so cool. It's
yeah,
so
and it's
cool.
so soft, isn't it?
Let's have a look at the kits. Let's start off with Lagoon. This is the one that Julie is wearing. This
it back
yarn
on.
is stunning.
It's a mohair silk combination.
Ooh.
There's more. There's. I think there's 40% silk and 40% mohair.
Beautiful.
And there's some nylon to give it some stretch, and it's just so fluffy and warm.
Gorgeous.
Yeah.
So you get your 4 balls of yarn in that beautiful Lagoon. It's kind of like a mottled teal shade. You get your little craft bag to keep everything in. This is cute. Love
Oh
this.
yeah, and you get your little. These are stitch markers for your large needles.
Awesome.
'Cause this is made with large needles.
You also get your full pattern as well from Julie Jumbo. It's not just a scarf. It is a cardigan. It's a shrug.
It's a shrug. Yeah.
I love it.
It's a shrug, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. So you get a download pattern as well. You just get a QR code. We just
Yep.
scan in, and it'll take you to it.
That's absolutely
Yeah.
brilliant.
So-
The numbers are dwindling. I'm down to teens already. It's brand new today. And the thing is, it's just brilliant because it's this time of year that we're starting to wear T-shirts, vests,
Yeah. Yeah.
lighter.
But then
by
it
the
can go a
evening.
bit chilly, can't it? Yeah, it's ideal for your holidays. It's ideal as well because it's so light and so it goes into this tiny bag.
Right.
Well,
Wow.
you can just put it in your handbag,
Yeah.
you know, and just pull it out when you need it.
Or the other thing that really freezes me, air-conditioned area.
Yes,
Going
yes.
on a flight.
Yeah, yeah.
You think you're ready, and then you get on and you're like frozen.
You're frozen, aren't you? Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah.
You just need something around your shoulders.
Yeah, and because it like
Absolutely
expands
ideal.
as well, you can even put it over your knees if you want.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
You know, it's just amazing. Yeah.
Is it fair to say one size fits most?
Yes, it is.
Because,
yeah.
I mean, it fits you lovely, but it fitted me as well.
Fitted you as
I've
well,
got
yeah.
rolled-up sleeves, so it was... I think it was more
I
that
mean, even
that
my
was
little granddaughter had it on, and she crossed it over. She like crossed it. I can't remember how she did it now, but she put it on. She put one, and then she sort of crossed. I think she came round the front and
Yes.
crossed it. I
And
can't.
then round- yeah.
Yeah, you know. I think you can see it online. A few people have done it. Yeah. And then, yeah,
I
you
like
just wear
it.
it as a scarf.
Let me
You
show
just
you
want to
both
snuggle it.
colours so you can choose which colour's best for you.
Yes.
I absolutely love this lagoon. It's beautiful.
Just reminds me of a lagoon. There's all the different blues and greens in there. Innit?
Gorgeous. So that's one option. The other option is buttermilk. Now, if you love your neutrals or you want something that's kind of going to go with everything,
You've got the
this
buttermilk,
is-
haven't you?
can you pop that one
That'll
on
go
for
with
us?
everything.
Of
Yeah,
course it
of course
would.
I can.
Of course it would. Absolutely everything. We don't have as much stock of this one left. I've only got single figures.
This one seems to be a favourite.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
And you won't believe how easy it is. Have I crossed it over at the back? Yes, I have.
No, you haven't. No.
There we are.
See, that is just lovely.
Because we demoed this quite a bit, so it's got a little bit of stretch now.
Yeah?
But it's just, I mean, it's just so easy to wear. I'm going to take this on holiday, definitely.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
And a quick knit?
Quick knit, very quick knit,
Quick
very
knit.
quick knit. You start off with a 10mm needle, which is this one,
Yep.
the large one. This
Yep.
is, so you get these, and then you go on to the enormous needles, my 25 mils, and start doing the rest.
Perfect.
It's rib, it's knit one purl, one rib, and then you go into stocking stitch. So
Great.
knit a row, purl a row. That's
Great.
all it is.
That's all it is.
Yeah.
So even if you're a total beginner, you can absolutely
Yeah.
do this. Now, the buttermilk, I've got 4 kits left. Very, very popular, loads in baskets. Oh, just want to say very quickly as well, sorry, I'm not ignoring anybody on Facebook. The iPad is not updating, it's not refreshing.
Oh, dear.
So it's only when I scrolled it down a second ago and I saw lots of messages people say, oh, am I in Facebook jail? You're not. But it's not refreshing. It's
Is
not.
it?
Do you know, I hate technology.
It's good
apart
when it
from
works, isn't it? Yeah. But when it doesn't, yeah.
So, all the kisses. I'm glad you're here. Right, okay, so that's buttermilk, very yummy.
Yeah.
This is your kind of goes with everything. Your lagoon is your fashion colour, but it's a gorgeous one for
It
spring,
is, isn't
summer.
it? And yeah, and I just chose those colours because they do 2 colours that basically suit everybody,
Yeah,
really.
it's beautiful.
Yeah, they do.
Now, if I'm getting the pattern on its own, and we'll go
Yes.
to that next,
Yes.
what sort of weight of yarn, what type of yarn could I use for this
Right.
pattern?
What I do is I knit with 2 strands together. So let me just show you. I've got one I did prepared earlier. So what happens is when you get your yarn, it'll come like your donut. So you get a strand outside and then you've got a strand inside. So you pull from inside
Yep.
and then you just place the 2 together. So I would say this will give you probably, did you say a double knit?
Well, I don't know, because I always think of
It's 2 layers
mohair,
though, isn't it?
even one single strand, you tend to knit as double knit.
It's double knit, don't you?
Yeah.
So maybe it's chunky then.
Like an Aran or a
But
chunky.
this is how it works. So, yeah, it's quite a bit of a hard one, isn't
Yeah.
it?
Well,
Because if you've got all
10
the loft
mil.
on it, you see, haven't you?
Yeah.
You know the fuzziness.
Thinking
Yeah.
10 mil, I would use
So
a
super chunky.
chunky.
Super chunky, yeah. Yeah.
Experiment a bit.
It's very forgiving as well.
Yeah, yeah,
it
yeah.
just adapts itself, really.
£6.99 for the instructions. This is a physical pattern, £6.99. I think as well, as you're taking up 2, it could be a couple of 4-ply, it could be lace weight and mixed with something else.
Yeah.
You could really combine yarns and create
Well, you
lovely
could, yeah,
effects.
because it's not, it's not no sizing really to
No.
it, so it'll adapt to, anything really.
You know
I think if
those
you're doing
lovely-
a plain 4-ply, you're going to need about at least 4
Sure,
strands, aren't you?
yes, absolutely.
Yeah, yeah.
But I'm just thinking about, there's like glitter and holographic
Oh, yeah.
yarns that you can, one strand of that with one strand of maybe a chunky and
Yes.
knit together.
Yes.
Gorgeous.
That's a really good idea, yeah.
£6.99 for the pattern. Get the pattern home. Get
It'll adapt it, yeah.
experimenting.
Use up your your odds and sods and
Yeah.
your stash,
Yeah, yeah,
Or
yeah.
one like I've got a gorgeous Angora I won't knit, but it's only one hang,
What, do you just like looking at the
I
hang?
just get it out and pretend it's my rabbit.
Now, if you want the digital download, we'll give you the details for that too. Digital download. There we go, also £6.99. Sorry, I'm fussing with Facebook.
Oh, because you keep refreshing it, don't
Yeah,
you?
yeah, yeah, I'm trying now.
Yeah.
Right, gorgeous. That is the pattern, brand new today. Now, do we have any of the buttermilk left? Let's just give you a quick one left of the buttermilk. If you want the buttermilk, there is one left. And the lagoon. Okay, we've got...
We did have more
12.
lagoon, I know that.
We've got 12 left.
Right.
That's the lagoon. Gorgeous. Absolutely beautiful. Right. I think the lagoon might look nice with my blue shirt.
Yeah, yeah.
Right, OK. What should we look at next?
Right, so then next, what I tried to do was, because I don't normally come on as the weather gets warmer, you know, because I'm chunking it, you know, we think winter, autumn, winter. So I was trying to find lightweight things, but still to use my needles and hooks. So I came up with the woven cowl. So this is the cowl. We borrow your cowl, missus. So this is Tunisian crochet. So this is a combination of your general, it's lovely, isn't it?
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
So it's your general chunky. So this is just any super chunky. But I just like these colours together. So it's super chunky, and you've got one ball of lagoon, and we use it single-stranded. It all says it on the pattern. So what I do is I combine the two together, and we do Tunisian crochet. So I can demo some Tunisian crochet for you.
Definitely love to see some of that in a bit.
Some of that.
I've heard of Tunisian crochet. I've never seen it being demoed. So this is a gorgeous, again, one size is going to fit most, I'm sure.
Yeah.
Almost everybody.
Oh, yeah,
£20.
That's what we're trying to do.
You get all your yarn.
Get all your yarn, yeah.
You get your pattern.
And your pattern.
You just need your hook.
And your pattern. You just need your hook. You get your stitch marker as well.
Gorgeous. Love the colour combination
And all come in your little
as well.
bag. Yeah, I like them. They're nice out there. Because I was trying to think spring, you know, but not be too... Because we still get them nippy days, can't we? Just round your neck, you can put this on, you know. And I think once you see Tunisian crochet, it grows so quickly.
It's very fashionable as well. I mean, this just looks great.
It's really taking off. I think it's been a while.
Yeah.
I mean, I've been doing it a long time, Tunisian crochet, but it never seems to caught on here. In America, it seems to be quite big. But I learnt there.
Would now be a good time to see a little bit? Should we see a little bit? And then have we got the Tunisian crochet hook?
We have,
Let's show you that.
Let me get it for you.
60 centimetres? That's the one.
60 centimetres long.
Wow.
So this is your length. We designed this, well, my dad, to make a blanket with it, you see, so you can get all your stitches on.
Let me just, so I'll show you. It's a massive crochet hook.
So 60 centimetres and a 25mm circumference.
Amazing. Right, I'll hand that to you.
Okay. So what I'll do is, I have one I prepared earlier. So here we have, I've started doing some. So this is called Tunisian simple stitch, and this is the stitch that you tend to learn your first stitch. I can do a few other stitches, but this one I go back to every time because everybody likes that woven look of it. So what we do, we have two passes. It's called a pass. So you have a forward pass and a backwards pass. That's all there is to it. So when you first start, this is a bit controversial, right? I don't crochet. I find it quite. I find it quite difficult. I think because I'm a knitter. Okay. So I don't usually tell you to crochet a chain and then pick up your stitches from the chain. But I do. I cast them on with the long tail cast on. Okay. And what I found is, with casting it on with a long tail cast on, what always happens with Tunisian is it curls. Okay. If you use a long tail cast on, it doesn't curl.
Good tip for crochet, is that then?
Yeah. So what this is now, we've got all the stitches on. So imagine, I can show you how to cast on as well if we get time. But imagine you've cast on and you've done a long tail cast on and you've cast on your stitches as though they were a knitting needle. So they're all there. So what we're going to do is now we're going to take these stitches off. So we do a yarn over and we go through one. And it's always one, the first stitch. Then it's a yarn over and then we go through two. And we continue yarn over and we go through two all the way down. So I've just put, I think, 10 stitches on just so I can demo it for you. And you can see I've got I've got the mohair here.
Yep, you're working with two strands.
Yeah, 2 strands.
Totally understand. Very clever. I'm enjoying this.
So yarn over. It's really therapeutic.
Oh, yeah.
Yarn over. I think it's because your brain doesn't have to remember too much. That's the only thing with mohair. It's got a little loop. There we are. Yarn over, down. And then we all go back to 1, as you do with crochet.
Yes.
Right? So what we're going to do now is we're going to pick up these loops, these here.
Yep.
As we crochet, you miss your first one. I think you do that with crochet, don't you? You miss your first, do you, when you're building up? Yeah. You go into your second one. So you always miss this one because it's there on the hook. So we go under here and we pick up that stitch, yarn over and through. And that's it. Now, when you're a crochet, you want to take it back off. I've had ladies like, oh, what's going on? No, you leave it. You go across again and you pick up, yarn over and through. So you're going to pick all these back up now again. It's a bit like weaving, I think.
Yeah.
So you go in. And they stand up really easy, as you can see, to pick them up. But the beauty of these big needles, you can see what you're doing, can't you?
I was wondering how we were going to go back to having stitches on the hook.
Yeah.
Because in many ways it looks like knitting. It looks much more like knitting than crochet. Perhaps that's why it appeals to you as a knitter.
Maybe it is, yeah.
I have managed to bridge the gap now. I was a lifelong
I need
knitter.
to concentrate on it.
Oh, I was just too envious of all the lovely crochet that people were doing. So I've learned and I've cracked it, I think. Now.
Yeah. Well, so what I wanted to know as well is when you get to that last one, when it's big, you can see it really well, but when you do it on a smaller hook, they tend to curl round the back. So what happened when I first learned, mine were going off on a slant like that or that way because I was missing a stitch. So always count them again. It's just a good way to do it because you get on a roll and then you think, oh, it's going off on an angle here. But that's why.
Yes.
So there we are. So we've got 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. So we're back to 10.
Brilliant. That is really cool texture. That woven texture
Isn't it lovely?
is beautiful.
Yeah. So then we go again and we're just taking them off again.
So, round, take off 1.
Take off 1.
Round, over 2.
2, yeah.
Got it.
Round. And that's all there is to it.
Oh, it's fascinating. Get your Tunisian crochet. Sorry. Get your Tunisian crochet hook and your kit. Now, the kit's on screen at the moment. That's to make this gorgeous cowl. Okay. It's the woven cowl. There it is. You get your pattern. You also get your 2 balls of yarn, your lilac super chunky, and your silk mohair blend in Lagoon. Absolutely gorgeous. You will need your Tunisian crochet hook. We'll give you the details for that. See if we've got any stock. Okay, we've got some stock of that. $15.99 for your Tunisian crochet hook. Now remember, this was originally designed, this hook, to accommodate a blanket. Because actually I could really see making a blanket in this.
Yes, this is why they're so long. Because when we first started, nobody did them this long. Well, I don't even think. Well, I've never found a Tunisian this big and this long because I sell a lot to America. I think I sell more to America than I do Britain. And they say, well, we can't find them.
Dewey Jumbo. The clue is in the name. The clue is in the name.
Yeah.
Now, if you want the pattern on its own, we can do that for you. Here's the physical pattern. Because you're combining yarns, you've used a super chunky and a mohair, but you could use, say, 2 chunky yarns together, possibly, or a chunky and a DK.
You could, yeah.
You just got to try it.
You just got to try it and see, yeah.
Like you say, it's so quick.
I mean, I got asked this question all the time, which might just lead us into the winding wand. They'll say, people ask me all the time, how do you know how many yarns to use, how many strands? So I invented the winding wand to tell us that.
Yeah.
And the other end does the super chunky.
Yeah.
So you'll know if you combine all these to fill the hole, you'll have super chunky weight.
That's really clever.
So we'll demo that later on as well.
Digital download if you prefer. We'll give you those details.
Refreshing again.
Lots of love to Sandy, by the way.
Oh,
I know
hiya,
he's watching.
Sandy.
Morning, Sandy.
She said she'd
so
watch.
So long since I've done a show with Sandy.
She said she hadn't seen you
I
for
think
a
I'm
while,
going to have
yeah?
to just drive to Cardiff and see her.
I know. I haven't seen her for a while. We message each other a lot, but I
Our
haven't
lovely
seen
Sandy
her.
Miller Chickmasaki.
Yeah.
£6.99 for the digital download. OK, right. Shall we talk about the winding wand?
We can do, yes.
The winding wand. It's magic.
So here we have the winding wand. So how this works is, which ladies probably, or gentlemen as well, may have seen, I've demoed this quite a few times. So what we need to, we fill this hole, which is the jumbo 25mm hole. Once you fill that hole and you start to wind, that's giving you the thickness for a jumbo yarn to use with the 25mm. Or you fill this hole, and I've said you can use a 10 or a 12mm. If you fill this hole.
And that would make the equivalent of
that
super
will make
chunky
the equivalent
yarn.
of super chunky yarn.
So you're just going to go into your stash, grab, and it might be 4-ply, mohair.
Yeah, I've got a few.
DK,
Let
you
me find the
name
one
it.
I've done you. I've got one here.
Brill.
Now this hasn't filled it, but I think I might get another one through here. But what I look at is, if you can see any light through, you know to pop another one in, and I think it might need another one. But what you start to feel, if it's giving you a little bit of tension as you pull, you know that's right.
Okay.
Yeah. So what happens now is, so what I've done is I've pushed them through here, actually threaded a needle and put them through, or you can push them through with, you know, your scissors or anything, a pen or something like that, but you can that size. And then, so you've got, this is like, have you ever heard of a noster pin?
Yes, I have.
So this is a sort of look on the to the noster pin. So the winding is what you do with a noster pin, but we never had one with these holes. So what I do is I wind round a couple of times. Oh, went wrong way. So I'm right-handed. So wind round. If you're left-handed, you can do it the other way, and then I turn it a little bit round, and I go across and do another 2. Turn again, across, and do another 2. Don't worry now, that's jumped down there, it doesn't matter. Round, and you just keep winding. Round, and just keep winding. And you just keep winding like this, turning it. There's no precise science to it or anything. Just keep turning it.
Is this going to produce one of those lovely cakes?
And it's going to produce a cake, yeah.
Gorgeous. I love a cake.
Yeah, I do. Cake and a donut.
I've got one of those for the drive home. Yeah, no, I do that to all of my yarns when I buy them in balls. I wind them into cakes.
Yes, which you wind on a machine.
Yeah.
Yeah. But this is just, it's the old way of doing it, isn't it?
It's doing exactly the same job.
Exactly the same job, yeah.
Yeah.
So as long as you wind, I usually do a couple of winds, turn a little bit, wind again, turn a little bit.
But it's the fact that you can turn your oddments into a particular weight of yarn that makes this really clever.
I'll just show
Grab
you.
yours. Grab yours.
So what happens at the end is we pull them off, pull it off. So there is the yarn that you started with. Pull it out. And it'll be a bigger ball, obviously, than that. And then you've got a centre pull ball.
That's really cool.
Wound round. And yarn being yarn twists itself.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Brilliant.
But
Brilliant.
there's loads. I've shown it lots of times on YouTube, so
Very
pop
clever.
on there.
Very clever. Right. Now, stitch holder. Yeah. Let me grab. I've got some tools over here.
These are all little bits and bats that I've been asked for. Oh, have you got one of these? Have you got one of those? And I've jumbo-sized them, really.
So let's start with the stitch holder.
Yes.
Yeah. I'm going to give that to you.
So this is what we will put our stitches on. Let me find something with stitches.
Oh, I've only got 7 of these left. It's $4.99.
We've had these out ages and they just sell out all the time. So it's a lovely big safety pin style. It's branded. So that's what you do. You put your stitches onto your stitch holder. You know when you're doing a neckline, which you'll know, Stuart, won't you? And they tell you to have so many stitches left on a holder. That's basically what that's used for.
Yeah.
Okay.
Fabulous. 3 left. Oh, 2 left. That's about to sell out. Right. This I absolutely love.
I just wanted a jazzy one.
This is your yarn cutter.
This is my yarn cutter, yeah. This
Do I
again,
get that?
you do. You get a crochet, a stitch marker, yeah.
That's fabulous.
So put it on some leather as well.
How does this work?
This works like this. What we do is there's some little tiny hooks there, all the way around. You put your yarn in and you pull down and it cuts it.
It cuts.
So there's about 8 or 9 all the way around.
Yeah.
It can cut quite a thick one.
Yeah. And actually, if you're a cross-stitcher, an embroiderer, a hand sewer, this will work for everybody, won't it?
Yeah, it does, yeah. Brilliant, yeah. But it's when I just wanted these for when I'm on, the, you know, if you're on a plane or something like that. You can't take your scissors, can you?
True,
you're going on holiday, you can't take your scissors. It's handy round your neck. And again, if you're a crocheter or there's a small stitch marker there.
Yeah. It's fab. I've only got 12 of those left.
Smiley face.
If you want the thread cutter, the yarn cutter pendant, it's really fabulous, isn't it? It's that Aurora Borealis.
Oh, yes, it is, isn't it?
Isn't it? Gorgeous. AB.
Because they usually go just the dull gold, aren't they?
Yeah.
I really said, I want a really really nice one.
Oh, it's fabulous. It's
Pretty,
fabulous.
pretty.
It's much more attractive. And I like the thong that it's on as well.
Yeah.
Single figures left of that now, if you want the yarn cut to be quick. Right, shall we do the yarn needles
Yes,
next?
they always go.
With the holder, that's gorgeous.
So you've got your little holder. This happened because I get asked all the time for large eye needles. So, and these, I engrave them with the branding.
Yeah.
And they're all like handmade, well, the engraving is. And then you've got at least six needles, some might have 7.
Okay.
Depends who's packed them.
What would this be in the description? Laura's just struggling to find it.
It is called, is it keepsake? Something keepsake.
Yeah, we've got it, thank you. Yarn cutters sold out, by the way, the pendant's sold out.
That's it, keepsake wood needle case. Because it's been out so long, we didn't know what to call it at the beginning.
But the thing that I love about it, Julie, is it's a thing of beauty in its own right.
Well, these little things are just like, I want beautiful little things to do.
Yeah.
Do my crafting with,
We were talking earlier on about how when we've been in a craft for a little while, we want beautiful, lovely
you do,
things.
don't you? Yeah.
Because you don't need much for knitting and crochet.
No, you don't, no.
So what you do have should be lovely.
Lovely.
So you've got that beautiful wooden case, screw top.
I mean, you can put in your sewing needles as well if you wanted. You could put in actually toothpicks and things like that, couldn't you? You could put anything in there.
Yes, you could.
But it's just, again, ideal for travelling.
And then you get at least 6 wool needles.
Yes, with the large
Fabulous.
eyes, yes.
Yeah. I mean, a place for everything and everything in its place, right? What if you've got a storage that you know where they are?
Yeah, you do, don't you?
Because I can't tell you the number of times I've turned my craft room upside down looking for one of those.
Yeah, I was doing it last night, actually.
Quicker to drive to the shop and buy a new one.
Yeah, no, yeah. I was doing it last night and then I thought, oh, you've got loads in there in your room.
What do you like?
I know.
Well, it's flying out. Way more in baskets than we've got. Way more in baskets than we've got.
Everyone loves it.
Yeah, it's really cool. Well, it's just a lovely thing, isn't it?
Yeah, you just want nice things, don't you? You know, if you're passionate about your crafting, you want nice things to hold and touch. And
yeah, totally.
If you go to a class, oh, would you like a needle?
I know, because I'm a bit posh. Now, this is rather lovely. This is the heart
This is John,
tray.
this.
This is about to sell out. Go on, tell me why.
Oh, John, right, I came in with this tray and I had my things on it. Oh, wow, I had my things on it. And he said, are you selling this tray? And I said, no, that's just to display them. Well, take it off because everybody will want it. Well, and ever since then, they've always wanted one.
So
but thank you very much.
Yes, exactly. Yeah. Last one available and it's gone. Right. Let's do the halo brush. A halo brush?
Yes.
What's that?
So the halo brush has got its name by, I need to brush up the mohair. So it absolutely, look how much fluffier it makes it.
Yeah.
So when you've washed it, like you'll hand wash it and then squeeze it.
Will you just put your arm forward and then I'm going to brush you like you're a Persian kitten. Let me we go, nice and gentle. So you just brush it up. And look how much fluffier.
Much more fluffier, yeah.
Very
it makes
clever.
it. And what happens, you know, if you wash it, which you can wash it, and then you'll just hand wash it and just squeeze it out, let it dry. You don't really have to block it or anything like that. You'll find they mat a bit together, don't they? After you wash them, give it a cut brush with this, and it just fluffs back up
You're
again.
fluffy again.
You're fluffy again. Yeah.
Gorgeous.
And the halo, I named it the halo brush because this is the correct word for a moat round the fluffy yarn, isn't it? We call it the halo.
Halo.
Yes.
It's probably the only halo I'll ever have.
Same here, Stuart, same here.
Yeah, that's your halo brush.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's very clever. I like it. I like it a lot. Now, you are very, very well known for creating huge needles, your jumbo needles. So we really ought to mention them.
Yes.
Let me... Is it this set right at the front?
It is.
If you can grab the lid.
Oh, we've got that end one as well. You know, that little... That's a phone. That's... You know the little... I missed that one.
Oh, yeah, we'll get to that. Don't worry.
Yeah.
Don't worry. Yes.
So these are your needles.
So when we talk about jumbo knitting, these are the beasts we are talking about.
They are, yeah. So I turn these, Dad taught me, as I don't know if everybody knows the story, but I can do a really quick recap of it. I needed some big needles. This is like 20 years ago. They were known about. There's many now. Been copied a few times. But they were a broom handle. My dad said, I'll make you some out of that broom handle. So he did. They had no ends on them then, though. So he made me some. I started to knit and combine all my yarns. And rest is history, really. Yep. A really good company near me where sell a trade wool. They put them in their shop and they just kept flying out. Yeah. Yeah.
And the
on
idea
Amazon and the same.
You use a combination of yarns together.
Yes.
So you hold numerous strands.
Yes, it was all because I used to work at Rowan Yarns, I know we've said before, and they were lovely there. And it was, they give us all samples, anything that, because they got lots and lots coming in. And we used to have a big table, and they used to just say, take what you want. Well, I'm just hooked on yarn, I just can't pass it. So I had so much, and everybody were moaning because it was taking so much room up, but it was very fine. It was like a 4-ply. So I knew I weren't going to knit a 4-ply, so I was trying to find a way of doing it quickly. So we did combine a lot of yarns there. We did work like that, but never as many as I had to combine. We just combined 2 or 3. So that's where I sort of got the idea, yeah.
So this is really where you need your winding wand.
Yes.
Because that creates your yarn in the first place. So £22 for your jumbo needles, but combine that with the winding wand. This is how you're going to create that jumbo yarn. Okay, by passing enough of whatever. So you can't give a number for the number of strands.
No, that's what became apparent.
2-ply, 4-ply, DK, who knows?
I mean, I used to write it down for people. I'd sort of say, you know, like 2 4-plies make a DK, don't they? And then 2 DKs make an Aran, 2 Arans make a chunky. But people don't. I know that because I was in the trade, but other people didn't, so they wanted an easy way of doing it, and it was just a eureka moment one Sunday morning. I was laid in bed and I thought, oh, if we put a hole in that stick, and my dad had passed by then, he'd have known what I meant, so I had to ask my husband. I said, Andrew, will you just make, well, how big do you want this hole? So I told him what size I wanted it. I said, let's see if it worked, and we had to tweak it a few times, and he says, nobody will buy a stick with a hole in it.
Well, it's a means, but it's a means to creating the yarn to do that jumbo knitting. I think it's very clever. Had you had your coffee already when you had the eureka moment? Wow, that's good going.
I just suddenly woke up and thought, I don't know where it came from, whether it would add up there, I don't know. But it just popped into my head. I came flying downstairs. He goes, oh, hell, what's coming now? He's used to it.
Now, while we're talking knitting, you've got some shorter
they're on offer
length.
as well. It's £2 off them today.
£22 instead of the usual 24. Yeah, good time to stock up. Let me grab. We've got shorter needles. That's these ones here.
Yes. Again, these are. I've only come up with these because we were asked. Everything we're asked. I'll try and think if I can do it. And they wanted children's, you know, a lady wanted to show her grandchildren how to knit, but just they couldn't manage with the big ones. So I thought, well, we'll try and make some little ones.
Could I also use these if I just wanted to knit, say, things like cowls or scarves?
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah. So they originally they're called the accessory needles. So I just think hats, scarves, you don't need to get out your bigger ones.
Yeah.
Yeah.
£12.99 for those. A great way actually of trying Dewy Jumbo, and also perhaps this will make a noticeable dent in your yarn stash.
Yeah.
Because we've all got them.
Yeah.
And I buy yarns and I use them
you
for a
just
garment,
loved
but I always buy a bit extra.
Yeah.
Because I think,
I
oh,
know.
you know?
You're a knitter, you're a yarnie, aren't you?
Yeah.
We do,
Absolutely.
don't we? And we buy it because we love it, and when we don't know what to do with it, we just look at it, don't we?
Now that's £12.99. I've also got 10mm needles. Now you need these to create your shrug, don't you?
You do, to make it smaller here. So you're doing your knit one purl, one rib. You start off with this, then you change into the 25s, knit all the way across the back, and then go back into your.
Oh, that's a bit of a cheeky price, Julie. £9.99.
Yeah, they're on offer as well, yes. But these are like luxury needles. They take some making these.
Look at those. These are beautiful.
And we dip them as well.
Oh, yeah. They are gorgeous.
So I don't make many of those because they take a lot of time.
Okay, fair enough.
But you need them to be able to make different things. You can't just use one set for everything.
No, that's right.
So it's just giving me some versatility.
And these are going to work with your super chunky yarn.
Yes, they are.
So if you've got your winding wand, there is a hole at one end for creating chunky,
that's my
super chunky yarn.
Got it, haven't you? Is it there?
It's somewhere, don't worry.
Somewhere. That'll just be my
That's your super
demo
chunky.
one. Yeah.
And then the other end is your Dewy Jumbo yarn.
Yeah, because I don't do anything less than a super chunky.
Don't you?
No. I made an absolute promise I wasn't going to ever do anything
Oh,
up
really?
to super
So
chunky.
I knit mostly in 4-ply.
Do you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
4-ply. DK feels chunky to me.
Yeah, I mean, I used to do way back, you know, when I started in the industry, I did, but no, because it doesn't match the name, does it, Jumbo?
No, true enough, I get that. And also as well, for a lot of things, you know, those kind of really quick results are wonderful, aren't they?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I think it's great.
Yeah, so leave the others till you can have them. You can look after them, can't you? You can have the 4-plies.
Excellent. That's
Even the
all right.
DK's Aaron's.
Yeah. No, absolutely. £9.99 for those. Brilliant time to buy them. Now, we've got the phone or tablet holder back in stock.
Yes, that sold out
Because
last
we
time.
want our phone nearby when we're crocheting or knitting.
Well, if you're following a pattern, you do, don't you? Because I many a time follow the pattern on my phone. Yeah. So that's again what made me think, where can I put my phone and hold it up, you know? And it holds a tablet as well, because I think the hole's larger at one side, it's wider at one side. The tablet that way, is it? I'm talking horizontal, aren't I? Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. I think it won't hold it vertically, but it will the phone.
Yep.
Yeah.
Perfect. Nice, beautiful.
And that's
Again,
just my
a beautiful
little
thing.
slogan, take time. You know, have a coffee, take some time and just chill. Just chill.
It's so important, isn't it? It's so important.
Yeah, you need to do.
Take that time out for yourself, knit, crochet.
Yeah. And, well, to me, it shouldn't be hard. It shouldn't be complicated. Some people just overcomplicate everything, don't they? And
Yeah, I like a nice easy knit.
yeah. I usually have a couple going, do you? It depends what mood I'm in.
Well,
I tend to pick up an easy knit and then every now and again I want a bit harder.
I've been doing a lot of crochet recently. I'm about to start a knitting project. I'm just waiting for the yarn to arrive.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now, we've got the 25mm crochet hook.
That's here.
Fantastic.
So for you crocheters, I know I gave Becky one. You know Becky, that was on a show with.
Should be £12.99. It's £10 today. Great time to
£2
buy.
off that as well.
I like that they all come boxed as well.
Yeah, that's Dad's thing.
Giftable.
That's the last thing we had from Dad. Yeah, he said, let's put them in boxes, Ju. And he was quite poorly at the time. And I said, how do you want it to look? And he said, I want it to look like an old-fashioned chocolate box.
Lovely.
And Art Deco looking, and we both
Lovely.
loved it. And he sort of designed them.
Yeah, I love the styling actually.
Yeah.
It's very Liberty.
It's lovely, isn't
You see,
it?
I could imagine seeing that in Liberty.
I was quite shocked he came up with it, really. We had a lovely man we worked with as well, and he sort of adapted it, you know. Yeah.
Very
So it's
classy.
a bit of his legacy. Yeah.
That's nice.
Yeah.
That's
And it's lovely,
nice.
yeah.
And so with something like this is to do... Now, could I do Tunisian crochet with this? Small things?
Well, you could if you were doing a very small number of stitches.
Okay.
Yeah, probably. You probably could get about 10 on there.
Right.
Yeah. If you're doing jumbo stitches, yeah. So you could have a go at it, yeah.
But
yeah,
otherwise,
can't see why
use
not.
this for jumbo-sized crochet.
Yeah, it were just ladies asked me a lot. There were a lot of people, do you do a crochet? Do you do a crochet? So we did.
And am I right in assuming that this and this...
Everything's 25 mil.
So this would be my jumbo yarn that I'm going to make with the winding wand.
Yes, yes.
This is your super jumbo.
We've made bigger, but they just weren't. People didn't seem to want them. So we ended up going back, doing this size, because we've been going, I think, about 21 years it was, yeah. 22 years now.
Wow.
And throughout that time, everything's just got adapted to what people really wanted, you know, and what actually did sell. So that's how we ended up with the 25 mil. It was the most popular.
Yeah, well,
Yeah.
that's it. You find out, don't you?
Yeah.
Now, we do need to go back to our original kits. We started the hour with this. It's the Not Just a Scarf. We're going to start with the Lagoon. You get 4 balls of yarn. Now, there are only 10 of these kits left, and 10 of you have it in your basket, so do please check out. Tell me about the yarn, first of all.
The yarn is... It took me ages to find this yarn. I love fluffy yarns and things like that.
Yeah.
But mohair itches me. And I was like, I can't have mohair. And everybody were like, when I was talking to them, it was like, if you have Angora, it's too expensive, it's this and that. And I wanted one that everybody could afford, you know, could buy, were affordable. So, again, the spinners sort of said, let's put some silk in it. So they put some silk in, and yeah, I can wear it. I've had it on all show. But I actually come up in a rash normally from a regular mohair. So they put some silk and some nylon in, and that's how it became. And because I was having it made, I had to choose, obviously, just 2 colours because it's too expensive to get a full range. So I chose 2 what I think will suit everyone, which obviously I wanted a neutral. And then... whenever I've sort of worked with yarns and different companies, a sort of turquoisey blue, aquary blue, as it's quite a universal colour, they call it.
It's gorgeous. Well, look, I've put the turquoise, the Lagoon on.
Yeah.
This is... And it looks like a scarf. Oh, thank you.
There you are.
There we go. I
mean, you can pull it, look, you can pull it down lower or you can have it up higher. It's up to you.
So just
it just adapts
great
back
for in the spring and summer, autumn as well. On those sort of chillier nights where you just want something to cover your arms. And or if you like how your arms look, but you still want to be able to wear a T-shirt and you just want to like cover them up, or a short sleeve dress.
It's a bit of confidence, doesn't it, when you're a bit conscious. Every woman I've met seems to be conscious about their arms.
This, I've got 8 kits left, 7 kits left. There's 13 in baskets. This is the Lagoon. I think the buttermilk one might have sold out. We'll just have a quick... we've got one. We've got one.
So if you can see, it's really all sorts of different shades. You know, you can see different greens, and I just thought it looks like a lagoon.
Yeah, totally. Totally.
So it's a very special yarn, and I doubt we'll repeat it. So that's it. When it's gone, it's gone.
I was just about to get the buttermilk out, and it just sold out.
Oh.
So there we go.
Congratulations.
Gone. There we go. Well done if you got it. If you want the pattern on its own, we can do that for you. It's been really popular. Because there are, you know, alternatives.
Yeah.
You can use something with a bit of lurex in if you want a bit of spark. I mean, imagine if you were going on a cruise and you wanted a little sparkly shrug that you could pull on, you know, like a sort of a black yarn, but then a sparkly...
twinkle in it.
Fine.
That'd be nice, wouldn't it? Yeah. And you can usually find one of them balls, can't you, in you know, just one side in the shop, can't you? You know, they've an odd one left.
Definitely.
Yeah.
£9.99 for the pattern. That's a physical pattern. If you want a digital pattern, we've got that too. We'll give you the details for the digital pattern. There we go.
Yeah.
It's not just a scarf. But actually, look, when you take it off, and then you sort of, all you need to do with these scarves is run them
That's it.
through your fingers, like just like this. I'll just show you. Yeah? So all you do, if you just hold it in one end and just pull it through, like you're doing a magic trick. Right? And now it is a lovely scarf. Oh, that is gorgeous yarn.
Yeah.
That is gorgeous.
It suits
You know,
that colour.
actually, that colour is a good men or women colour.
Yeah, it is, yeah.
Isn't it?
Well, I think they call it, it's a universal colour, isn't it, turquoise?
I think all colours are
Yeah.
universal, to be
Well,
fair.
yes,
But I think, you know, a lot of men would be more than happy to
Yes.
wear that colour anyway.
Yeah. It's hard to get a unisex colour, really. It's quite hard. Everybody just plays safe and goes sort of beige.
Blue.
Yeah, or blue, yeah. Yeah.
But there's blues and there's blues,
Yes,
aren't
there is.
there?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But blues, but I just think blue is a lovely colour. It's a really nice colour, is blue. Yeah. It makes you feel spring-like, but then it gives you summer vibes as well, doesn't it?
It does.
Yeah.
Now, you also brought us the woven cowl. Now, this is Tunisian crochet.
Tunisian
I've
crochet.
heard of it. I'd never seen it being done before. That was really interesting to see. We have got a kit. 10 in baskets. I've only got 8 left. You've got your pattern. And you've got all your yarn to make this gorgeous. I mean, it looks so stylish. You get a ball of this gorgeous lilac super chunky. You get a ball of the very special mohair and silk blend, and you use the 2 yarns together.
You do. Yeah.
Love this woven texture.
Just giving you I was amazed how lovely it came out. That.
Very cool.
Yeah.
Now, you will need your large Tunisian crochet hook, which we'll show you next.
It's there.
Here it is. We've got 10 of these left. Lots. Oh, in fact, we've got 7 left now. No, 8 left. Beg your pardon.
Wow.
8
You'll
left.
love doing it. You really will. The pattern's very comprehensive as well.
20 in baskets. Loads of you are going to miss out. Please check out. Please check out. £15.99 for that. And that'll work with any of your jumbo yarns. So the kind of thing you're going to make using your winding wand.
Winding wand,
Yeah.
yes, yes.
Which is a great way of de-stashing or using that yarn that you fell in love with and now just don't know what to do with.
Yeah.
See, there's different ways of combining different colours, aren't there?
Yeah. I mean, I've got like now, it's exciting actually. Just put your hand in and don't look, and then just try and combine them. And you can get the most amazing, you know, colours come, and you think, well, I'd never put that.
No,
it's quite
interesting.
exciting to do it that way.
I think
yeah.
I'd be a bit formulaic to start with. It'd be lots of different blues all mixed
You
together.
start off like that. You do start off like that, and then you like think, oh, I never thought to put that with that and that with that. And you sort of, everything evolves, you know, and it's quite exciting.
Now, remember, with your winding wand, you can create jumbo yarn, which is what Dewy Jumbo is so well known for. But you can also create a super chunky yarn using the other end of the winding wand. And, of course, super chunky, there are tons of commercial patterns available for super chunky.
Yes.
Very, very clever invention.
Thank you. It does come with a little card showing you how to do it again, and it's got a link on it to YouTube where I demo it as well.
Cool.
And there's lots of demos on here.
I was going to say, lots of videos that you've done.
Yeah.
How do we find you online?
Just Dewy.
Dewy?
Dewy.co.uk, that's my website. And just put Dewy Jumbo, it just comes up.
Are you in social media, Instagram?
Yeah, I'm on Instagram, Facebook, YouTube.
Great.
Yeah. Been around that long, it just comes up.
No, fantastic. And great that there's that sort of, you know, those historic videos and things like that that we can look back on. All the kits are about to go. The buttermilk's gone. There's 2 of the lagoon left for the, it's not just a scarf. We've got 3 of the cowls left. That's all. The Tunisian crochet hook, be quick on that. 4 left. The winding wand, again, we've got low double figures on that. Really everything. Lots of the small tools have gone. Any of the halo brush left? Couple of those left if you want the halo brush, just to bring up that fluff on fluffy yarns with a halo.
Yeah, they might, you know, might come back after you've washed it and think,
Yeah.
oh, well, it just might just be in your mind, you know.
Just needs a little
Yeah,
refresh.
Yeah, a little refresh. Yeah.
Heart tray sold out, the pendant sold out, and the needle case, the keepsake.
Thank you, everybody.
That's sold
That's
out.
wonderful.
Wow.
This one did, didn't it, as well?
Yeah.
A stitch holder.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's it.
Well, people
Job
have kept
done.
saying, oh, will you do a kit? And I've been really, no, I'm not going back down that line, because that was the old way I did
Okay.
it. But it's been really
Yeah,
rewarding,
it's been
so
lovely.
thank you, everybody.
It's been great. We've loved it, haven't we?
Yeah, we have had a whale of a time.
We always
Yeah.
love to see your makes as well, of course.
Yes,
so
definitely.
next up, get finished. Or not. They don't have to be finished.
Just
Take
tag
some
us on Dewey
pictures.
Jumbo or Sewing Street. I sort of try to tag us all together. Yeah.
Send them in and let them know. Now,
Yeah.
I do have to do the menu very shortly, Julie, but also today we've had an amazing sewing machine on air, the Brother FS250.
I know, I've
It
been
is
very
the
tempted.
last time it's going to be on air now, which means this is your last chance to get it for £399 instead of £799.
Really?
Julie, it's got 250 stitches. It's got 3 alphabets, 8 buttonholes, an extension table. You get your walking foot, your darning foot included, loads of other extra feet included for £399. And it's a Brother, which means a 3-year warranty.
Oh, I can see a new hobby starting.
3-year
Definitely.
warranty. I have got about less than a third of my stock left now. This is supposed to be for months, but I've got about a third of that stock left. So this is your last chance to check out your basket. There's about 20 of you with it in your basket. We can just about do that. Anything beyond that, and we will be completely sold out. Julie, it's been amazing to see you
and to
again.
you as
So
well.
lovely.
Yes,
really
I've
lovely.
really enjoyed it. Thank you.
Let's do the
Stuart.
menu and see what's coming up tomorrow.
Oh, I love Toft on, yeah.
Right, we're starting off at 8 o'clock with EPP Quilt As You Go. We've got templates, we've got bag kits. That's with Daisy and Grace. At 9 o'clock, Kerry Lord is here. Oh my goodness, you're in for a treat. It's the restock of the Fairy Tales crochet book from Toft. Absolutely amazing. At 10 o'clock, we have got a Tula pink fabric out. We love Tula. You're going to love that hour. At 11 o'clock, Kerry is back with Toft Thumbelina. Cuteness overload. And then at 12 o'clock, miss it? Well, you'll miss out on quilt kits. Don't do that. Stay tuned, because up after the break, it is Hobby Maker with tons of fabulous guests and loads of inspiration. I will see you at the end, towards the end of the month. Until then, take care.
Thank you, everyone.
Looking for the perfect gift for the sewing enthusiast in your life? The Sewing Street gift card is just the thing. Choose between a physical card delivered to their door or a convenient e-gift sent